up, I thank God. Straight from the mud, now it's time to get the pie. Sweat, his and blood, you can see it in my eyes. Up, I thank God. Straight from the mud, now it's time to get the pie. Sweat, his and blood, you can see it in my eyes.
All right, so hopefully y'all can hear me okay. Let me know in the chat how the audio is sounding. Now, I am having a bit of technical difficulties, so if it freezes, it's because like I said, the browser, because it has a VPN, and StreamYard doesn't like VPNs. Apparently that's why I keep getting kicked out of the browser, because it keeps crashing the page because it wants me to disable the VPN, which I'm not going to do. So if it temporarily freezes, it's because I got kicked out of the browser. So you guys, let me know if you can hear me okay. If you can hear me okay, please put a Y in the chat. If the volume is low on my speaking voice and compared to the background music, let me know, like put a 2 or an N in the chat. Cody, good to see you. To the one and only mod at this time on the channel, thank you so much for tuning in and for your support. Yeah, we're definitely going to be talking about that. So this is part 3 of Diddy acquitted, Jaguar Wright arrested, speak up and speak out live. So there is still discussions regarding Diddy's attorney's attempt to have him acquitted of the current charges, and I am definitely still investigating multiple arrests that Jaguar has gone through. In addition to that, investigating the Parham versus Combs hearing, which is set for October 14th. So in just a few weeks here. And yeah, definitely the case file is a lot. It's a lot. I'll just say that, to say the least. So for those who are wanting to know, I do not use super chats, super stickers, and I do not have memberships through YouTube on my channel. The reason for that is because YouTube takes a good 40% of every super chat and super sticker, and they take up to 60% of every membership. Not to mention all the articles that I looked up of people reporting that their IP addresses and payment details, including billing addresses and things, were all leaked. So instead of using YouTube's commission, I guess you could say commission-based resources, anyone that would like to support the channel, like say for instance you're listening to the live and you decide that you want to send a super chat or a super sticker, or even for those who lately have been asking me if I offer memberships, no. Now, I do plan to start offering memberships offline outside of YouTube, and once I have that set up, I'll edit a video ad and post it. You guys will see it. So if you, throughout the live, decide that you want to send anything in support of the channel, feel free to send all donations to my Cash App or Venmo, which is on the screen right now, as well as pinned in the chat on YouTube and scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Now, when we get ready to watch video content, I will switch the banner scrolling across the bottom of the screen to the copyright disclaimer fair use banner, because all video content that we're going to be reviewing is for the purposes of fair use, for the purposes of criticism, commentary, entertainment, news reporting, scholarship, and my very own investigative research. It's ironic because the entire time that I was aligned with Jaguar, I would always hear her talk about Khadisha Lynn, and I never knew who she was until tonight, because one of her videos popped up when I was researching about Jaguar's arrest, because Jaguar's had multiple arrests. And the one in question, as it relates to the Parham versus Combs hearing, are the arrests she had in 2018. Now on Khadisha, how do you say it? Khadisha Lynn, however you say her name, Khadisha Lynn, I think. On her video, she displays that Jaguar was locked up January 7th of 2018 and was released January 10th. She said Jaguar was released into the custody of Chicago Police Department. What I did not see was any evidence of that. What I also did not see was any evidence that Jaguar was locked up at a different detention facility from January 10th until April 10th, which would have been exactly 3 months. I didn't see any evidence of that. Just like I haven't seen any evidence that Jaguar was locked up anywhere March of 2018. I've only seen, and what I saw in her video, I actually have been researching. That's why I kept pushing out the time on the live. I did not see any public records indicating that Jaguar Wright was indeed incarcerated in Chicago March of 2018. I am continuing to research that, but I have not found any evidence to support that. So the question still remains, was Jaguar Wright actually arrested and incarcerated during the month of March in 2018? Or was Jaguar Wright arrested and released in January? And what happened between January 10th and April 10th? Now, of course, because I'm still researching, I cannot give a definitive answer on that. I can only go by what I am able to see and come across. And what I saw is that she was arrested January 10th and she was released arrested January 7th and she was released January 10th. That's what I saw outside of Khadisha Lynn's video. And when I was watching her video, it reminded me of myself and how much I was in support of Jaguar pretty much since she came into my chat last year. Up until February, the events that happened on February 9th. And I saw Odell in the comments and some of the other real rejects of YouTube and Garbage Pail Clan members in the comments on her video. And Odell was saying he has the official documents. Where are y'all's receipts? Y'all post every fucking thing else, but neither you nor Jaguar have posted receipts. What are y'all waiting for? The hearing's coming up in about 3 weeks. Actually closer to 2 now that we're almost at the 1st. Cause for real, like, you post every fucking thing. I also compared Khadisha, what's her fucking name? Khadisha Lynn? I don't know how to say that girl's name. I'm going to just call her Katie. Kaylin, whatever her name is. She also kept saying, you know, this is a lot of misinformation. Is it though? Because Odeezy, for you to be so confident and to say that someone's going to pay, I'm going to be real with all of y'all. Odell, and I know y'all be watching my lives. Y'all are probably watching right now. I'm going to be honest. When Jaguar first introduced me to you, I felt that you were her divine masculine. You seem to carry a lot of love for her and a lot of care. But the more time goes on, I remember when people used to call you her handler when we were all aligned and how pissed off she would get. But more and more, I'm going to be honest, your role in Jaguar's life definitely seems to be allegedly incentivized. Now, all commentary on my channel is alleged outside of my real life experience. And it's for the purposes of entertainment, education. It is starting to look more like handler. And I'm going to tell y'all why. Why is this man who she is not married to, who y'all have only been together for a year, handling so much when it comes to litigation, copyrights, rights, period? I mean, I guess I would wonder, Jaguar, did you not learn anything from what Angie Stone just went through? Is it that Odell actually is your handler, allegedly? I remember when we were all aligned and I asked her, how did you know he was the one? She said the third time he bailed me out. She said when he came and bailed me out for the third time, I knew he was the one. Now, a former associate of mine said to me when I had suspicions about subscribers on here who have contributed donations being trolls, I remember him saying to me, I don't think people would spend that much money to troll. You would be surprised what people will do to gain access. When he said that he had the official documents, what official documents? Either she was arrested and locked up or she wasn't. The only official document, Odell, you could possibly have is that information. an arrest record, something that actually points to evidence. Like even with Kadisha, and I'm gonna play her video. Even with what she presented, when she presented a screenshot of booking IDs, there was nothing on that screenshot that tied that booking ID to the CB number off of the Chicago PD website. There was also nothing that tied Jaguar Wright's name, date of birth, date of booking, date of release, nor the location of the detention center that you said, Kadisha Lynn, or Lynn. I don't know how to say your name. I'll just say Kadisha Lynn. In your video, you said that, see where it says agency? Someone else pointed out to me, yeah, and it would have listed the name of the agency that she was released to, if at the time that she was released on January 10th, she indeed was allegedly transported to another detention center. It would have had the name and also location of the detention center. So, you know, one thing about it, I looked at it, I said, because I don't watch this girl's channel. I've never seen none of her content. Tonight's the first time I ever even seen a video of hers. And it was crazy because it popped up. Like I wasn't even looking for her or her channel. And then when I looked at the name, I was like, I think I've heard Jaguar say this lady's names before. Can I be myself on my channel? Baby, you will never be a Just D show when it comes to investigative research. And Odell, if you thought that maybe, just maybe, y'all could replace me with her, you are sadly mistaken. Because one thing I do is I dig very deep into the rabbit hole and I look for, I'm a Scorpio, I look for all information. Her explanation was there's no way Jaguar could have been present during the events that are in the Parham versus Combs case because she was locked up at the time. She was incarcerated. Same thing that Odell said, same thing Jaguar has said. Although no one, especially Jaguar, has posted one receipt to corroborate that. Not one receipt. But you post everything else. You go live, your whole life is on YouTube. But we don't have any evidence, not even from you, Odell, Mr. I have the official documents. Where are they, sir? Why they ain't on your channel? Matter of fact, why isn't this information being discussed on the Jaguar Wright show? That Just D show, you know, played a major part in aiding in the manifestation of that and supporting, promoting the Jaguar Wright show YouTube channel when there was zero content on said channel. The reason I am doing this investigation, because I need to know. I don't want to feel foolish for supporting someone all this time who I thought honestly was a truth teller. See, Jaguar, you have a huge following because so many of us believed that you were being ostracized and targeted by the industry because you were this truth teller. Oh, they're fucking with her because she's telling the truth. I said it over and over when I supported you. Kadisha Lynn, all the rest of them are saying the same thing. I looked at the comments. A lot of Real Rejects of YouTube and Garbage Pail Jaguar Wright clan members in the comments. The typical ones that troll and travel all the time. One thing I noticed is that Auntie Leah and Kadisha Lynn both seem to be yes women when it comes to Jaguar, for sure. I remember when Jaguar made Auntie Leah a mod not too long after I became a mod. I remember the discussions amongst the other mods about her and her intentions. I remember telling you guys what was going to be exposed as far as her being a plant and a clout chaser. That's about to happen before the end of the year. I've seen a lot in the 5D. By the way, before I continue, y'all make sure to like the video coming in. Like the video, like the video, like the video, share the video. And if you're watching, participate in the chat and leave your comments after. I do enjoy when I go to approve comments, reading your guys' feedback. So thank you to all of my DzPeepz, and shout out to all the new DzPeepz before I continue on. I just want to give an acknowledgement. Thank you to all of the new DzPeepz. After every single live, I'm getting new subscribers. I want to thank all of you for supporting my channel. Thank you to everybody that's been supporting on Rumble. Shout out to all the new DzPeepz, the new subscribers and followers on Rumble. If you have not and you're watching right now from Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube, make sure to get over to Rumble and click follow and subscribe, because that is the platform for the uncensored content as well as the watch parties. I do plan on doing some uncensored, completely uncensored lives this week, strictly on Rumble. So if you are on YouTube, I know a lot of you guys are on both. When it comes to the Rumble uncensored lives, you're going to need to have a Rumble account, because what I will do is start on both YouTube and Rumble, and then I'll end the stream to YouTube, and you'll have to be on Rumble to watch the rest and participate in the chat. Now, some of the content that I've screen recorded over the past few days cannot be shown on YouTube. Some of the content can't even technically really be discussed on YouTube because of how much YouTube censors everything. So again, it's very important to get over to Rumble. It's free. It's not hard to sign up. Get on rumble.com. Look for me at JustDeeShow. Shout out to everybody that's been signing and sharing the petition. Thank you to everybody. And thank you again to all of my new subscribers. I really do appreciate all of you. And if this is your first time tuning in tonight, or whenever you get this, because I know some people will probably catch the replay. If this is your first time, thank you for watching. Welcome to D's World. The Most High obviously led you to my channel for a reason. So stick around. Like, share, and subscribe. Turn on the notification bell. That way you get notified every time I go live or upload. And for those who had asked before, I will get to y'all's comments in a minute. I'm going to post a comment here. Because I have received some messages offline. So I do want to get this out there before I move forward. So pretty much every time I go live, I'm going to allow an opportunity for those who would like a psychic reading to know at the beginning and the end that towards the end of the live is when I will allow, a certain amount of time, depending on how late it is, for those who would like a psychic reading. Now, this is for those who on previous lives were asking questions, but unfortunately did not send your donation amounts. Your first reading, your first question is free. After that, any additional question is an $11.11 donation amount. If you want to book a 15-minute reading or a 30-minute or 1-hour video consultation, you can do that as well. So the same information that's scrolling across the bottom of the screen in terms of where to send your donations to support my channel, it's the same information for the readings. So like I said, towards the end of the live, I'll allow about 10 to 15 minutes for psychic readings. Allow that time for any questions to come in. If it's your first time, your first reading / question is free. After that, additional questions that you want a psychic reading or psychic answer to is angel number 1111. And 15-minute private readings are available to be booked at $44.44, another angel number. Half-hour video consult is angel number 8888, which is number for infinite abundance. And for a 1 hour, it's $144.44. For those who have asked about channeled readings, so whether it's an ancestral channeled reading or a childhood channeling, anything like that, those do start at $150. So I'm going to continue the promotion that I've been doing, where if you decide to pay tonight to book, I will allow you to have a channeled ancestral or childhood reading for the posted prices in the chat. If you do it after tonight's live, again, the channeled readings are $150. So it's a way for me to assist you in your spiritual journey while also contributing to me, you know, having a substantial way to be self-sufficient. So again, for those who asked on previous lives, there's information. And if you do decide that you want a reading or you have a question, just post it in the chat and just say, hey Dee, this is a question for your psychic reading. Post your question, and as soon as I see it and get to it, I got you. So just wanted to make sure to put that out there as well, because I know I've had some people hit me up on both TikTok and Instagram. And shout out, by the way, to everybody that is following me on both social media platforms. I do appreciate all of my DzPeepz that are following me on Instagram and TikTok, and I will be getting back to doing the TikTok lives as well. Today was an extremely busy day, but I will get back to it. Gemini Ant, good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, you guys said why you could hear okay. Miss Williams, good to see you, my love. Thank you. Neptune, good to see you. We got the fam bam in the building. Got our other good brother. Got all three good brothers in the building. Andrew, Neptune, and King Lonewood. Good to see all of you. I found what I was talking about before the live, fam. Okay. Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like he was planted to be her handler. And I didn't even want to believe that before. Because, you know, like, I never was the type, and still am not the type that hates on people. Because I love love. I really do. And at the time that I was supporting Jaguar, I wanted that for her. Hold on. I got to grab my water. Hold on. I cannot believe I forgot to grab a gallon of water. As dehydrated as I've been, but it's cool. But yeah, I believe he was planted. When she first told me the story, I was very happy for her. And even before February 9th, there was just certain things Odell would do that made me question his motives. And then there were conversations that Jaguar and I had offline where I could tell that things were not good. And that, you know, she seemed to really, 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 really be trying to kind of censor herself. And it wasn't until that day that he was on panel on my channel talking about Trashy K's titties and Cum Jones's titties that I knew right then and there he was a hoe. I was like, yep. I didn't say it, but I felt it. I was like, I don't feel like this man is legitimately there for her. I feel like he's there for some people see other people as investments, and they'll do whatever it takes to capitalize off of that investment. The fact that Jaguar was always calling Odell her love of her life, her fiance, her future husband, and you know, people, when we were aligned, people would say things and we'd be like, oh, you're a hater. But it dawned on me, even when we were still aligned, I was like, somebody had asked me, have you noticed that Odell's never referred to her as his fiance? He's never publicly said I love you, or he's just kind of there, you know. The story about them meeting in the barbershop was also odd. But at the time, because I supported her, I just wanted to see her happy, honestly. Because Jaguar has been through a lot. And when it came to Goomba, I feel like both of them were equally fucked up. I don't feel like either one was better. I feel like both of y'all were fucked up and your relationship was extremely toxic. I felt that way when I used to watch them on YouTube. That's why I stopped watching them. Just like I stopped watching when she was on with Tokyo Tony, because it was just ratchet and trash as fuck. Not gonna lie, for a while, that is why I wasn't watching Storm's channel, because I was like, it's starting to take the turn of just garbage. When it comes down to it, I feel like Odell does care about Jaguar, obviously, especially if he spent money to bail her out of jail. I don't feel that he's in love with her. I feel like he's playing a role in order to have a certain amount of power and authority over her, and clearly over her finances. I also don't know if it's necessarily a bad thing that he's there, and I'm going to tell you why. Sam Jr. said, because I was looking at more of that video, and I screen recorded more tonight, the Trasha K Sam Jr. interview. During that interview, Sam was very candid about his perspective of his mother, in terms of, he says she's not able to take care of herself financially. She's not financially responsible, allegedly, according to your son, Jaguar, Sam. He said this about you. And again, Sam would know you better than anyone. He would know you better than Odell. He would know you better than Ayasha. He would know you better than Grace or anybody else who's considered themselves to be close to Jaguar, because that's your son, who's been around before all of these people were in your life. He said you were not financially responsible, that even when you had wealth, you always overspent. And that's why he went through 4 evictions with you, while you were talking shit about my situation from a person who wasn't even a property owner, but a damn host on Airbnb. At the end of the day, maybe the reason you gave Odell so much authority is because you finally admitted to yourself that maybe you don't do the best when it comes to finances. See, there's a difference between going through a temporary struggle because you've got a serious chronic medical condition that you need surgery for, and actually having funds and fucking them up. It's one thing when you either don't have funds or are very low on funds because you're not able to work due to a condition that you need surgery for, and you're also not able to get disability because you need to have a doctor to fill out all that fucking paperwork. That's one thing, to be struggling because of that. It's another thing to have accumulated wealth and mishandled it. Because Lord knows, if wealth was in my hands right now, which it's coming in because I'm speaking that in, there's no way, shape, or form I'd be in the position that I'm in. Because every time I've had income, I've taken care of myself successfully without anybody's help, without needing anybody's help. So maybe ODZ being placed as your handler was also planned to help you not, you know, make terrible decisions, allegedly, with your money. according to your son. Regardless, someone having love for you and or even someone loving you is not the same as them being in love with you. I've never heard, even when we were aligned, either of you speak about a wedding date, a wedding, a future together. It was always about money and business. Even the lies where you were cooking for Odell, it was like you were trying to play a role you don't fit. You're not a submissive person. You're a dominant female. And it just seemed like maybe y'all were acting, I don't know. What I know is this man came out of nowhere into your life. You said y'all fell in love. He's never publicly said he loves you or called you his fiance. People that you deemed as haters and trolls did many lives and videos claiming that Odell allegedly was still with his ex-wife and he was still allegedly in love with her. Then you and him both said, no, she's crazy. She just wants me back. One thing I know about a lying, cheating ass nigga is that he will be fucking multiple bitches and lying on all the females to all the females. Like, he'll tell one female, yeah, I'm not fucking with her. That's my ex. Meanwhile, he's over at the ex's house playing house. So the jury's definitely out on you, Odell, because too many people done said too many things about you that are not questionable given the behavior that even on my own panel, I witnessed you disrespect Jaguar. And I don't even like Jaguar like that, but I'm just being a thousand, like being a stack. I witnessed you disrespect her on my own panel with me there. When you kept complimenting Trasha K, aka Tasha K's breast, Love Jones, aka Cum Jones, breast, when you knew Jaguar was insecure about that, and according to Stone Paxson, he says she has sagging ass titties, allegedly, that he allegedly saw from a video that Meech allegedly, showed him, even though initially he tried to act like he didn't know who Jaguar was. I just feel like Odell is there as a plant. The best way to surveillance someone is to send somebody in for them to fall in love with. Because allegedly, it's been said since last year that Odell was placed there to do just that. Everybody's like, how was he just at her barbershop? And why were you going to a barbershop? Because you said you wasn't a butch lesbians. Only in the black community, only butch lesbians go to barbershops. That's not a stereotype. That's a reality, especially where I'm from. Only the butch ones go to barbershops. Now, you said you wasn't a butch lesbian. But I know for a fact your ass likes pussy. So, given conversations that we've had. So yeah, please don't try to play that I'm all of a sudden homophobic role, because nah, you like pussy just like niggas do. At the end of the day, what I'm really starting to wonder is who sent Odell into Jaguar's life? A lot of people are alleging that allegedly Jay-Z and Diddy planted Odell. Allegedly, Jay-Z and Diddy planted all the other people that are close to Jaguar. I remember when Jaguar kept telling me about all the different boyfriends and girlfriends that YouTube sent her. And even when we were aligned, some of that was hard to believe. Because I'm just like, why would Leor Cohen be so focused on you? Now, if it's true that allegedly Leor Cohen and Jay-Z have had or are currently having some sort of romantic relationship, that would make sense. But it only makes sense if you're actually a truth teller, Jaguar. Because again, I now have to question everything about you, given the way you did the bullshit you did to me in February. This is not about revenge or retaliation. It's literally an investigation. Who are you for real? Not who the media says you are, not who social media says you are, not who your cult-minded followers say you are. Who are you for real? Because what I researched about you when we were aligned was that you were once an amazing artist who, when tuned into the God frequency of 963, could sing and actually help people heal. And then I believed, like several others, that you were this advocate for survivors like me. So now I have to question every single thing about you, because what's real? Now I know that what I'm being shown in the 5D is real. Absolutely. But what parts of your story are the truth, and what's been fabricated or exaggerated for the sake of media and attention? This is why I'm doing all this investigation, because there's no way you could have been arrested for the domestic violence attack that you were charged with against Goomba on January 15th if indeed you were incarcerated since January 7th. I'm about to go real deep into this shit. How the fuck you was out, was you out on bond when you went and threw the ashes on Goomba and all his niggas? Like, Houseway, how the fuck you was out to do that if, according to Kadisha Shaylin, you had been locked up from January 7th until January 10th, and then again you were transported, according to her, with no receipts or evidence, since January 10th to April 10th, you were incarcerated. And then Odeezy in the comments saying he has the official documents. Where they at? What y'all waiting on? You can't be waiting for the October 14th hearing because she filed a motion to be dismissed. So, sir, now I got to do this shit to you, Odell. Where the fuck your receipts? Can you explain, Mr. I have the official documents? Can you explain how the fuck public record says Jaguar Suzette Wright was arrested January 7th of 2018 and then was released January 10th, 2018. Then there's another screenshot of a booking ID with her name that says release date April 10th with no other details, no name, location of the detention center, the jail center. So if the story, which story is the truth? Real Rejects of YouTube and all the Garbage Pail, Jaguar Wright Garbage Clan members. Which story is the truth? She was arrested. Then she was out a week later to go throw the shit on Goomba. Then she got arrested at that shit too. Then they let her out. Then she went back to press charges against the people that had jumped her. And they arrested her again. Where's all these receipts? We've heard the stories. Where are the receipts? Because everybody's seen that shit on Instagram with her and Goomba. And Goomba, you ain't shit either for hauling off and punching your ex-wife in the face. You ain't shit ass nigga. Both of y'all ain't shit. That's why the fuck y'all didn't work out, because you're both toxic as hell. But you pulling back your hand and punching her in the face like a dude, you a whole bitch ass nigga. I don't support no man putting their hands on their woman. My father used to do that shit to my mom. I have zero tolerance for that. She clearly was going through some sort of mental breakdown behind Giovanni, clearly. Whether that breakdown was because she allegedly did sacrifice him and she was feeling guilt, or whether that breakdown was just because she was a grieving mother. And unlike you, Jaguar, I'm not going to make fun of your grief. See how you made fun of my 5 miscarriages? I'm not going to do that to you. Because even if you did allegedly sacrifice your son, you still hurt as a mother when you lose your child. Even if allegedly you were responsible for their demise, then there's the guilt factor in addition to the grief. What we saw was a woman possessed by demons on that video. I showed y'all on the previous live. I still got the video. I'll probably play it tomorrow. So Odeezy is in my opinion planted in your life. He bails you out. I mean, it's like the perfect play that I could see someone as diabolical as Diddy and or Jay-Z could allegedly do. Since we know her weakness is love, and demons do exploit your vulnerabilities, since we know her vulnerability is love and abandonment, we have turned her into a weapon using her own trauma. How about we send in this man? 3rd time's a charm. They both been married and divorced twice. 3rd time's a charm with each other. Let's send him. So she can fall in love. And even though she's had more than one failed marriage, she's a hopeless romantic. So we know once she's in love, she'll give him all the rights to all of her shit. She'll trust him with her finances, her royalties, her copyrights. He'll handle all of her shit. He'll handle everything legal. He'll handle everything financial. He'll handle her channels. He'll handle like a handler does. You don't even got to make that make sense. It does. Because I thought about that. I said, this man has had his hand in all of her business. Hell, even when we were aligned, I felt like, and she said it. She was like, you know, if anybody wants to talk to me, they have to go through Odell. She talked about how her previous mods didn't like it. He talked about how he felt coming in new to her life, and the mod she had felt a way that she was giving him so much power and authority over everything so quickly. And instead of you, Jaguar, taking heed to that, you doubled down on giving him authority and then got mad at the mods that felt like they didn't want to have to go through him to talk to you. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like that I had to do that either. I didn't complain about it, but I just was like, why do I have to go through him to talk to her? Like, she's grown. And in all reality, Odell, Jaguar's more well known than you, so like you got to kind of keep that in mind. People are looking at you like you're a nobody trying to run shit. I never did complain. I just respected, hey, that's how they have it set up. All right, cool. But there were multiple times, Odell, and I found this out when I talked with Jaguar without you being present. There were multiple times she was trying to reach out to me and you didn't tell me. There were multiple messages I gave you to give to her that you didn't give her, including when shit first was going left with my living situation earlier this year. I reached out to you and said, have sis give me a call. Because again, I'm private, so I'm not finna tell you everything through text. Then you called without her, and I was like, you know, where's she at? So when I finally talked to her about it later, and she's like, well, why didn't you tell me? I said, I told Odell to tell you. When everything first happened. She was like, he didn't tell me. Well, obviously. So you do make, whether you want to admit this shit to yourself or not, Odell, you make moves like you are Jaguar's handler. Almost like you her pimp. Which I know she would never allow that. Not as dominant as she is. And not to mention that she allegedly was a pimp. Allegedly. But I'm just saying, like, y'all don't give future husband and wife energy. You give, this is my client and I'm her boss energy. So when there's a dynamic of boss client with fucking in between, people can, have, and will do anything to save what they have accumulated. Sam Jr. said in his interview that his mother was like a dragon hoarding gold and hiding it. He was like, she basically will pettily steal and hold wealth while also being a succubus to drain men sexually of their sexual essence and their money. So again, it fits the role of even what your son said about ODZ allegedly being the handler. Which would make sense why ODZ is on everybody's channel acting like he's her manager. Even on the Khadisha Shaylin, like I always look at the comments when I go to somebody's video. So I want to see what the people are saying. And he was even going back and forth with people on her channel. And it's like, bruh, you're not an attorney. You're somebody who claims to have connections in the music industry. And according to Stone Paxson, he said all of your alleged connections weren't really viable. There was one guy, he said you guys knew the one guy together. Outside of that, nobody knows you. And quiet as it's kept, nobody knows him. I had never heard of him. Not until he came into my chat. So I'm just wondering, how do you have, when you told me that you had the connections, what was it, KBLA radio station? And you were trying to get me and Jay Mizak on with these different companies, and you were saying that, you know, you wanted me on the iHeartRadio with Jaguar and doing ASMR and all that. You may have some good connections in terms of things like that. But if it wasn't for Jaguar Wright, Odell, you wouldn't even be known. Let's just be honest. No one would know you. Nobody would know who you were. I definitely ain't never heard of you, ever, until her. I only have heard of you because of her. Like, let's be real. And when she came into my chat in October, I didn't know who you were then. I had never heard of you. I didn't even know Jaguar had a boyfriend. So it looks crazy. Brand new dude in your life. I think you said y'all was together about 2 months before you were calling him your fiance. So you was basically doing the lesbian U-Haul move with a man. But ODZ dude, Odell, are you bisexual? I know your ass is watching. Are you? Because I've been hearing that. And if you are, congratulations and living your truth. Because that's what I was hearing. quite a bit, even while we were aligned. And then that interview that Jaguar did with Orlando Brown on the Blue Couch, not the first one, not the one where you came into my chat, the one after that. Because the one where you came into my chat is when I was reviewing the Clash of the Titans Blue Couch interview with Orlando. It was the one right after that where you had on the glasses because you was probably fucked up, allegedly. On that interview, I remember hearing you say, and I'm going to find the clip, screen record it, and post it. But I remember hearing you ask Orlando to fuck your husband. There's nothing wrong if you're bisexual, Odell. The point I'm making is, if she's dominating you and you are capitalizing, that sounds like a handler type of dynamic. It almost sounds like a DS dynamic. For those who don't know what a DS dynamic is in the BDSM world, DS stands for dominant submissive. Like, he's your submissive behind closed doors, but to the public, he's your handler. Because I remember seeing him that one day put on the the damn dog collar and the BDSM mask and shit. I was like, yeah, she probably be dominating his ass. I could definitely see it being that sort of dynamic where behind closed doors, you probably are her bitch, and out in public, she lets you appear to be running things, even though I'm most assured she's running things. She's a fucking Taurus, and she's stubborn as hell. So it kind of brings into question both of your credibility, because if you are indeed have been placed in her life allegedly as a handler, then you're going to say and do whatever it takes to ensure that money is still coming in, especially if you are profiting allegedly. How did you stomach her doing a 12-hour live where she drug you for filth, you, your kids, your nieces and nephews, and your mom? How did you not see the same exact pattern that she did with Goomba and with Sam Sr. and with Sid? She's done this to everybody. You don't think she's going to do it to you too? She already did. A 12 hours? And you have the audacity, ODZ, to talk shit about how my lives go long? I don't see how you and Maggie can be doing them 5 and 6 hour lives, because you're not intellectual. That's why. Your ass is surface as hell. You just honestly, in my opinion, appear to be there to capitalize off Jaguar. I'm going to just say it raw and unfiltered like my channel is. It's my opinion that you've been planted into her life literally to capitalize and to potentially take her wealth. And I ain't gonna lie, I hope Sam Jr. Steps in and stops your ass. Because if anybody deserves to capitalize off of Jaguar, it's him. He endured the most. You just got here, sir. You only been in there a little over a year. Barely a year, because y'all broke up before the 1 year anniversary. Then my damn... all of my subscribers are telling me, Jaguar did a 12-hour live dragging Odell for filth. I said, didn't I call it? Didn't I say that shit I told y'all at the end of February exactly what was going to happen, because I saw it in the 5D. I said, everybody she was in cahoots with against me, they going to all turn on each other. She going to get into it with all of them. She going to fall out with all of them, even Odell. Then I saw where Odell called me crying about her allegedly trying to kill his ass in the future. Then I seen where Odell and Maggie had got together and whoever was in on that sent proof to Jaguar while she was locked up, and she had another nervous breakdown. And then things got much worse physically and mentally for her. I told y'all that I saw multiple deaths that were going to occur from people attracting that into their lives, coming together to do that bullshit against me when I didn't deserve it. Everything I told y'all that I saw has manifested. All of it. And if y'all remember that, please put it in the chat and just let me know. I really believe that man is her handler. Yeah, we always say allegedly for the sake of YouTube. But see, that's the beauty of Rumble. You ain't even got to do that shit on Rumble, because Rumble is a free-form platform where you can be raw and uncensored. She was released April 10th at 8 a.m., but her summons for dismissal with her signature says she was in Cook County locked up until April 11th, so she committed perjury if she lied, and it's documented. RG, good to see you, my love. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you. Appreciate your energy, RG. It's documented she was out as a citizen or out on bail or out on oral. It says release April 10, 2018 at 8 a.m. Milk ain't clean, it's filthy. I know. Trust me, I know. Because that, like I said, that was why I had to keep pushing the time for tonight back, because I was investigating all of that. Y'all say she was locked up March 23rd of 2018. Prove it. I've been saying that this whole time. Prove it. See, like I said, when we were aligned, I supported you, Jaguar. I supported you 1000%. Fully committed to being there because, like most people, I believed you were a truth teller. I believed you were a real advocate. I believed that you were on the same frequency of wanting to expose all this shit in the industry. So just like I was 100% committed to supporting you, I'm 100% committed to finding out who the fuck you really are. And I'm 100% committed that if you did participate allegedly in any of this satanic ritualistic shit, any of this satanic sexual ritualistic shit, in any of these victims, if you participated in any of that at any time, I don't give a fuck if it was 10 years, 20 years, 15, however many years ago, whenever the fuck you did that shit, your ass need to be held accountable. Period. Especially because you've been impersonating a truth teller and you've been lying this whole fucking time, allegedly. That's some diabolical shit for your ass. To be sitting up for years pretending to be a whistleblower and calling out Jay-Z and Diddy and Clive and all this shit with no proof other than being a very convincing storyteller. And the shit that you say is proof typically fizzles out to not really truly be the truth. So at the end of the day, you always talking about receipts you got. You always going back and forth with other content creators, Danny Robertson, everybody. Talking about you the receipt queen. Well, where the fuck is your receipts about you being locked up during the Parham versus Combs dates? Oh, DZ in the comments talking about he got official documents. You ain't produced no documents since, sir. You didn't produce no fucking documents when we were aligned. Because I remember asking you. When this shit first hit the fan about Jaguar being named, we all talked about it together. And me and you talked about it. I said, oh, DZ, what's up with this? Because they saying sis helped Diddy transport chicks, and that she was there. He was like, oh man, they lying on her. You know how they do. They always trying to get the woke people arrested. They always lying. Not one time did he. And here's the thing. You know what I just thought about? Niggas like they got sup like bitches. Got me thinking you don't like bitches. Both you and Stone, y'all as men, both individually kept sending me links to other people's videos, to other people's channels. You sent me all that information about Adria English. You sent me all that information about the one that I call Master Splinter. What's that fucking guy's name that looked like Master Splinter, that looked like, that had all them scratches, and he was putting hands on that lady? And then he caught himself doing a live going off on me and Jaguar because we was roasting his ass, whatever the Master Splinter dude. Him, everybody. You sent me so much information about him, Adria, Danny, Official King Primate, Official King Pay, all them. You sent me in AT2, No Nuts, Danny Robertson, everybody that y'all call trolls. You sent me all this information through email to research and to talk about it during my lives. But you ain't never sent no sort of evidence supporting that Jaguar was locked up. And let me tell you something. Even if she was, let's say they present that shit at the hearing on October 14th, because I haven't seen them approve your dismissal. And I'm about to touch on that too. Odell, if you have official documents, one thing I know about you, as much as you talk shit about Jaguar clout chasing, you a clout chaser too. One thing I know about y'all collectively is that y'all love attention. One or both of you would have posted something supporting to prove her innocence. One of y'all would have posted that shit by now. It's not like it's confidential. This is a public case that's being discussed. Now, if she has an attorney that said, hey, don't put that information out there because we're going to have to go to court and testify about this, I can understand that. But ma'am, you just filed a motion on September 2nd to be dismissed from the case. And in order to file a motion for dismissal, you have to provide documentation to support why you feel you should be dismissed from the case. So, if y'all's excuse is, well, we haven't posted it because we had to save it for the hearing, make it make sense on why the fuck she would file a motion to get dismissed if she's planning to go to court to testify to prove her innocence. See, a lot of this shit don't add up. And I don't care how long it takes. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, however long it takes, I'm going to dig until I get the receipts, till I get the answers. That is where my obsessive scorpionic energy actually comes in handy, when I put my obsessive skills to analytics and research. There's no way you were detained and also out at the same time to be able to go fuck with Goomba and throw them goddamn ashes on him. Not to mention you were with Solar. And if it was ODZ that bailed you out in 2024, who was it that bailed you out in 2018? Who posted the bond for you to get out? Was it Odell? Has he known you longer than what y'all have told us? What really sucks, Jaguar, is that, like I said, when we were aligned, I really did want you and Odell to work. I wanted that so bad for you. So I was like, she ain't had not one good relationship. And in my mind, I'm thinking like, you done had all these niggas that was fucked up. No, you were fucked up. The voicemails that you left Goomba are insane. Literally. That's some shit a normal person doesn't do. So now everybody's supposed to believe that you're innocent because you were locked up and Ariel Mitchell Kidd named you in this case because of you being a truth teller. Now, again, Ariel Mitchell ain't shit either. I said that last year when we were discussing about her being duplicitous. I was like, yeah, no, she definitely is. At first, she seemed like on the Pierce Morgan interview, you know, she tried to portray that she was for the sisters, and I saw right through that shit. I was like, man, something about her don't seem right. And when Jaguar said that she had reached out to Ariel and told Ariel that they are trying to kill me again, how Ariel had ignored her, of course I didn't fuck with her then. Like, damn, she ignored you? She ain't even, like, most attorneys, if they can't represent you, they give you references to other attorneys. That's like the professional thing to do. But now that this case has been brought forward, now I understand why Ariel didn't respond, because she already knew that they was planning on doing this shit. The irony that exactly what you did to me on February 9th happened to you. The irony that you were named in this case as of March 7th, 2025. You did the public ambush on me February 9th. So not even a month later, your name was added to this hearing. Not even a month after you did that bullshit. And then people were in the comments on the Khadisha Shaylin video, which I believe was from 6 months ago. They were in the comments then talking about 25K being needed. Oh, and by the way, let me go ahead and bring this receipt up on the screen. I'm gonna get back to y'all's comments. Hold up. For all you dumbasses that participated in falsely calling me a scammer for fundraisers that I never participated in or knew anything about, let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something. Give me one moment for it to load. Okay, seriously, hurry up. You're taking forever. Okay. Did you know that there was a Jaguar Wright Legal Defense Fund fundraising campaign by J.S. Wright, which I can only assume is Jacqueline Suzette Wright? Notice the location says DeSoto, okay? But I'm a scammer, okay? I'm a scammer for doing psychic readings. I'm a scammer for not enabling super chat, super stickers, and memberships, which you do all the time on your channel. I'm a scammer because I don't allow YouTube to take a huge percentage by, again, enabling super chat, super stickers, and memberships. Okay. I'm a scammer because I started a GoFundMe months ago to try to collect funds for the surgery, the colorectal surgery that I still need, which is the only reason that I've been struggling, which is the only reason on the few occasions I've reached out to subscribers who have previously donated to let them know, hey, I'm in an emergency situation. If there's anything you can send to donate, please do. Last I checked, that just makes me humble enough to be open and honest and transparent. You, on the other hand, have had multiple fundraising campaigns. Now I see why they're investigating you for grand larceny schemes, specifically as it relates to YouTube. Now, again, you are the one that told me that before February 9th on the phone when we talked on Instagram. You told me, Jaguar Wright, that you were being investigated for grand larceny schemes on YouTube, specifically involving fundraisers, and that's why the whole thing with Ada and Bliss Forever and Amber and Bonnie Ellis and whoever the fuck else you named was such a big deal to you, because, like you said, if you got caught up in one more grand larceny scheme, you would be going away for a long time. Now that very extremely paranoid conversation you had with me started to make sense. Because I didn't know. I didn't know you had a Jaguar Wright legal defense fund. Had no idea you spearheaded your own fundraising campaign. To this day, the only thing I have done, which I have every right to do, was to make the GoFundMe to raise funds for my surgery. And only a few people even donated to that, and I haven't even been promoting it. You have a whole fund for the DeSoto arrest, the same DeSoto arrest that you said there was no charge. You and Odell said that about the non-returned moving truck. Now, there's multiple stories I've researched. The latest one said that the reason the moving truck wasn't returned was because it got towed. That allegedly it got towed and impounded. I don't see how a moving truck can get impounded unless you were driving without a license. That really would be the only instance where a moving truck would get impounded or towed, unless, it broke down. So again, all these different stories. But what we do know is that if there were no charge for the Penske truck, then why the fuck were you arrested in the first place? Why were you ever arrested if there was no charge? They can't arrest you without there being a charge. When they read you your Miranda rights, they have to tell you why they're arresting you. And that was a felony charge for Grand Theft Auto. That's why when Sam said that shit, it cracked me up. He said, she hypocritically told me and Giovanni we couldn't play Grand Theft Auto. Meanwhile, she was out here doing it in real life. Your son is extremely, very, very clever. I cannot wait to listen to more interviews with him. Because I don't think a lot of people caught that joke because he was so serious when he said it. How the fuck you gonna tell them they can't play GTA when you're doing GTA in real life? Allegedly. So like I said, the Khadijah Shalin video, I will play the screen recording of it. But I immediately started researching because I was like, okay, what if what this young lady is saying is true? Let me go look it up. She's saying Jaguar was locked up from January 10th to April 10th. Let me go find out. Let me go see if there's any truth to this. Because one thing about me, I am authentic. If I find out some shit I've been researching isn't the truth, and I see evidence of that, I will publicly admit that. Straight up. Now, when it comes down to all of this, Odell has everything to lose if Jaguar goes to jail. The reason being, she's the talent. He's trying to act as a manager, or calls himself, rather, her manager. If you lose the talent, there's nothing for you to capitalize on outside of music royalties, copyrights, LLCs, which y'all started together, and that just is going to end disastrously. I've already seen it. That's where you would benefit. And then if she does get locked up, you now have full control and possession of all of her social media platforms, her YouTube channels, her copyrights, her everything. So even if she's gone, you're good. It'd be real easy for you to run off with an alleged Canadian who you pretended to have fake beef with. And I was told by multiple sources close to both of y'all that during the time you were staging this beef with Maggie, that allegedly y'all was fucking. Now again, this is all alleged. But quite a few content creators in these YouTube streets have claimed that you and Maggie have allegedly had a secret thing going on for quite some time. You talk about everybody's titties. Hell, a couple of my subscribers said they heard you talking about my titties on Maggie's channel. You just a hoe. What I saw was Jaguar got locked up. Odell and Maggie secretly got together, was trying to keep it on the low by doing this online beef shit in public, but allegedly was seeing each other. There are people right now saying that you and Maggie been allegedly flying to see each other. I don't know how true that is, but I've heard it multiple times. And yes, from content creators that are close to both of y'all and currently support both of y'all. Whatever y'all got going on, I don't give a fuck. I'm not fucking y'all. I'm not in a relationship with y'all. What I'm saying is, what I saw in the 5D, everything I've seen so far has manifested. Unfortunately, even including the first death of the 5 deaths that I saw. I don't put anything past Jaguar Wright anymore. As much as I supported her, I support the truth. And if you're a liar, I want you exposed. Especially calling yourself a fucking truth teller. Knowing good and goddamn well your ass been lying. Because you lied on me, not alleged. You did that shit. I kept trying to tell y'all, Scorpios are loyal until you're not. I kept saying it over and over, and you weren't paying attention. Because I knew back then, as much as I didn't want to believe what I was being shown, I knew. My question the whole time was why? You be loyal to people, consistent, 1,000, and because they're not healed, they fuck it up. I know other people like that, where they constantly question, why are you supporting me? Because, goddamn, I like your ass. Just as a person. There's multiple readers that I follow on YouTube and Instagram. I follow them because I like their content. I watch their lives when I can because it resonates. To constantly question, well, why do you support me? And thinking everybody's out to get you and who sent you and why are you being nice? And it's just like, God damn, heal. Everybody ain't out to get your ass. But if you're a fucked up individual, you will literally do some shit that will sabotage any and every relationship. Whether platonic, business, associative, familial, romantic. Until you heal, you're going to always think everybody out to get you. Jaguar swear up and down that the whole world's out to get her ass. Just like a person who has bipolar schizophrenia. Just like my sister who is bipolar schizophrenic. And be thinking the whole fucking world's out to get her when that's not the case. Everybody ain't out to get you. Some shit has happened to you because of you. Because of the way you act, the way you treat people. It ain't because of them, it's because of you. You have a whole legal defense fund for when you was arrested in DeSoto. What happened with that? Is this one of the defense funds that got investigated and shut down? Because I heard that you have had allegedly many fundraisers via YouTube that have all been shut down. Might explain why your channels kept getting shut down. You know, when people are guilty of shit, they always project. The way, like I said, the way you kept calling me a scammer and telling people on your channel to call me that when y'all had no evidence, and I never scammed nobody. All I did was offer psychic readings, and you was hating because people were regularly paying to book readings with me live. How dare JustDeeShow overcome the ambush that I tried to do to destroy her and still succeed? Operation Let's Call Her a Scammer until people believe it. Just out of nowhere. The very people who were subscribers on my channel that were supporting. I was just like, where is this coming from? You did the fundraiser with Natanya Rubin behind my back and didn't tell me. I had no idea about it for Bliss Forever. You did a fundraiser for Ada and didn't tell me about it or include me. Had no idea about it till way after it was already done. And y'all did a fundraiser for Amber. You did a fundraiser for everybody but JustDeeShow who supported you the most. And you knew my situation. So either you or Odell or both of y'all was lying. Because when my situation happened, I told him first, because I know, got to go through him to get to you. I said, let sis know, have her to call me. That never happened. So I just took it as, okay, they just don't care, they're not going to help. It is what it is. Right then and there, honestly, I should have stopped fucking with you. I really should have. I should have stopped supporting you when you didn't support me back. But as a loyal Scorpio, hey, it is what it is. If they can't help, I'll figure it out without them. That's always how my motto is. Because there are people right now in real life that know my situation that can help and that are choosing not to. But yet, talking shit. And or call themselves looking down on me when you ain't even in a position to look down on me. And none of you are going through what I'm going through with needing surgery. So when it's all said and done, you got all these people watching my channel, not interacting, gossiping, talking shit, lying. Defamation, slander has happened for months. Really, quite honestly, for the past year. From the very same people who I not only supported, but I promoted every one of your channels at the beginning of every one of my fucking lives. So yeah, I'm definitely not letting up on any part of my investigation just because I used to support Jaguar. Even the people who've been away for a while that then came back, damn, I didn't know you and Jaguar fell out. We didn't fall out. She fucked me over like she did everybody else. Because I fully supported her and everybody connected to her. Y'all saw that. Everybody can still see it because all of my lives are still public. What I want to bust open is the exposure of you claiming to be a truth teller. Because that and that alone are the only reasons that you have the following that you have. That and that alone is the only reason that I was following and supporting you, because I believed you were a truth teller. If I can prove that you're full of shit, then all these people that you have this cult mentality over will stop fucking with your ass and finally wake up and think for themselves. In no way, shape, or form do I feel that Diddy or Jay-Z are innocent either. Let me be very clear on that. I believe every single accusation that's been brought against both of these men and Beyonce and many others in the industry. What I believe now is that Jaguar Wright, you are just as guilty as the rest of them. I don't believe you're a truth teller. I don't believe you're an advocate. Honestly, I don't believe half the shit you told me. I really don't. Not anymore. I want to start seeing some results, some receipts. You said that you were raped at gunpoint. By the Trevor Green guy. Your story about Jay-Z was that he allegedly took a box cutter to your face. I've never heard you say that Jay-Z raped you, but I did hear you say many accusations about Jay-Z allegedly having inappropriate relationships with teenage girls in the industry. You named yourself, Foxy Brown, Rihanna. You even named Beyonce. You've named damn near everybody in the industry. You said that Erykah Badu was a whore. You said Jill Scott was a whore. You said Lauryn Hill was a whore. You talked about Diddy allegedly hiding, allegedly having HIV. I mean, you've said a lot of things, Jaguar. Saying something and it being true are two different things. One thing that is for certain, two things for sure. Your ass did get locked up in January of 2023. Your ass did get into a domestic altercation with Goomba featuring Solar, and Goomba going off because he believed you and Solar were allegedly fucking. But according to you, you said Goomba was fucking around. So for all we know, both of y'all was fucking around. We don't know. What I do know is that there's no possible way you were locked up in the dates in January of 2023. There's no way you were locked up from January 10th to April 10th if you were out to physically participate in the altercation with Goomba on January 15th. Somewhere in there, there's a bunch of lies. I'm going to find out what them lies are. Yeah, I could tell you wrote this by the way it starts. Not even like, hello, my name is Jaguar, blah, blah, blah. It just starts off with, Jaguar Wright has been improperly in prison. That sounds verbatim like you. We know you wrote this shit. Because it starts off with the victim statement. Jaguar Wright has been improperly in prison. She was arrested, spent 2 weeks in a Dade County jail. Pause. Kadisha Shaylin, however you say your name. Pause for a moment. She was arrested in Dade County and was there for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. How in the fuck, if she was detained on January 7th and she was released on January 10th, how was she there for 2 weeks? Was she released January 10th and then extradited and transported to the other jail, to the other jail for 2 weeks? Like, this is the shit I be thinking. Fuck watching a video and believing it because you watched it. Nah, I'm a researcher. I'm an investigator. I went and looked this shit up. I looked up everything in Khadisha Lynn. What is this child's name? Khadisha. Is it Khadisha Lynn? Khadisha Shaylin? Whatever her name is. I looked up everything I saw in her video. And like I said, it was odd that her video even popped up as I was researching. Because it hasn't had a ton of views for it being up for 6 months. She titles the video Misinformation. But you, ma'am, low-key presented additional misinformation because you showed screenshots from the Chicago Police Department website of when Jaguar was booked into Jaya and when she was released. And I went and looked up the CB number in your video, and that's how I found all this information. Because I wanted to confirm the dates. Because I'm like, wait a minute, huh? So you saying the Goomba shit happened about a week after she had been locked up, but you also say she had been locked up from January 10th to April the 10th. So make it make sense, because how the fuck she was locked up but also out free to fuck with Goomba, with Solar? Who bailed her out? Who bailed her out of jail on January 10th? Because they had to post the bond for that. Who posted the bond? And you said she was released to another correctional facility. Why that correctional facility information wasn't listed on that documentation? And ODZ, sir, where's your official documentation in the comments that you claimed you had? I definitely want to see it. So yeah, it says she spent 2 weeks in a Dade County jail, not at Cook County Correctional Facility like you said, Khadisha Shalin. She was at Dade County for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I don't know why the fuck I keep saying that shit. So if she was at Dade County jail for 2 weeks, then it looks like a lot of dates are mixed up. Just saying. Says, spent 2 weeks in Dade County jail and also spent nearly 2 weeks in a Cook County jail. Pause. 2 weeks is not the same as 3 months. One more again, let's rewind. She spent 2 weeks in Dade County jail. She was arrested January 7th. 2 weeks, 7 and 14 is 21. We all know February is a leap year, or is a shorter year, sometimes leap year. So 28. So, okay. So around the 21st. Oh, wait a minute. No, wrong month. Not February. January. January 7th, 2 weeks is going to be January 21st, not February. 2 weeks after that, a week later, 21st, 7 days, 28th. So we're looking at mid-February would have been when she had gotten released, according to this, which is her own defense fund website. She only spent 2 weeks in Dade County jail, and then she spent 2 weeks in Cook County jail, which means she would have been released before March 2018. So Khadisha Shaylin, my love, your attempts to be an investigative research have failed miserably. much like Jaguar Wright's music career. Because on her own fucking website, she says she was only in Cook County for 2 weeks. Not until April. If she had been there till April, she would have said spent nearly 3 months at Cook County. Not 2 weeks. Now, since that's some juiciness, let me scroll over and look at y'all's comments right quick. Because I know I haven't looked at the comments in quite some time. Ooh, back to this one. This is a good one. She was released April 10th at 8 a.m., but her summons for dismissal with her signature says she was in Cook County locked up until April 11th, so she committed perjury if she lied, and it's documented. She was out as a citizen or out on bail or was out on ORO, it says. Realized April 10th, 2018 at 8 a.m. Milk ain't clean, it's filthy. Shit, the milk is curdled. Fuck, it ain't clean. That motherfucker is curdled. Because according to my research, she was released before April, allegedly. Glad you did too, RG. Definitely good to see you, my love. That would also be falsification of an alibi if she did lie to the judge about her actually being released on the 10th, not the 11th. That's per her dismissal request. It's okay, RG, whenever you get in here, my love. Like I told all of y'all, whenever y'all get in here is when y'all get in here. Thank you for hitting the like. The rest of y'all make sure to hit that like button, please. Apparently, I'm a whole hour behind on comments because this was posted at 12:12 a.m., which is an angel number. So thank you, Andrew, for that. Oh, yeah, no, RG's on Rumble because she's shown up in the chat on Rumble before. Kadisha Lynn. Okay. I just pulled her up and she reminds me of a pick-me. That's what I'm saying. See, those who tried to call me a pick-me, I was never a pick-me. I'm just, what y'all witness with Jaguar is the devotion and loyalty of a Scorpio when we care about you. We're like that with everybody. But Kadisha Lynn, definitely, like I've seen a little bit about her. Definitely this video came across as pick me because it came across like, let me step in and defend my girl Jaguar, but you didn't even produce enough receipts. All you did was post screenshots of what's already available public record. And again, you posted a screenshot that didn't have details. You didn't post, like when I post my screenshots, for instance, the screenshot on the screen, it shows you the link to the website. You can even see, because it's a screenshot, the time of day. Like, your screenshot looked heavily edited when it showed a release date of April 10th. Where's the rest of the police report? I mean, like, where's the rest of the information? At least when I share screen all the damn information. Just saying. Yeah, definitely all the raw uncensored content is on Rumble. Y'all make sure to get over there and follow and subscribe. Cody said, well, even how they met sounds suspect. The whole barbershop scene, way too scripted. Exactly. I'm not surprised. Jaguar met Odell in a barbershop. Not trying to be negative, but I think Jaguar is a closet stud. It's not negative. First of all, you're gay and I'm bisexual, and she's openly bisexual. And she has admitted that when she was with women, she presented herself as a stud. So again, if let's just be real. You a nigga at a barbershop and you see a female walk in looking like a nigga and that's who you decided you wanted to date, Odell? That says a lot about you. And a lot of rumors been going around saying you allegedly bisexual. And like I said, if you are living your truth, shit, I'm bi. So you just saw a stud looking female and it just turned you on? And you decided to go holler at her? A female that presented as a stud? Now, I know there are some men who are arrogant who feel like they can break a stud or bring a stud back to being heterosexual, but I'm just saying that everything about that is given scripted. Thank you, RG. I really appreciate you, for real. Thank you for tuning in on both platforms. I think Goomba, or the guy she called nephew, sent Odell in Jag's life. No, those are two different people. Goomba is her second ex-husband. The guy she was calling nephew is Solar, the guy that was over, what was the name of that group? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. I hate that. But that group he was in that everybody was calling a sex cult. And I'm not going to lie, even back then, I felt like there was some truth to that. Just by his energy and given where I come from. He act like a lot of them pastors and preachers where I'm from. But Goomba and Solar are two different people. She was calling Solar nephew, but Goomba was saying that they were allegedly fucking. And in all honesty, I remember that. I remember when the YouTube streets was saying they was fucking because, again, I was following her on Storm's channel then. The video of her doing the ashes, I remember when that went live. Because I told y'all, I felt bad how they body slammed her and hog-tied her and shit. And like I said, seeing Goomba just punch her in the face was like, damn, that's hella fucked up. And all them niggas that was standing there that let him do the shit. She recorded and you punched her in the face and all them niggas just stood there and let you do it. Which makes me wonder, do y'all be putting hands on y'all wives? Like, for real. That was crazy. All of it was crazy. Her throwing the ashes was crazy. Her becoming demonically possessed was crazy. Him punching her in front of... And then the way he got on top of Solar and was beating on... Like, here's the thing I don't understand about you and Goomba. Clearly both of y'all cheated. Clearly. He beats up Solar because he believed you were fucking Solar, allegedly. Even though he kept saying he was done with the marriage, he clearly was in his feelings. And then you said he cheated on you with Nikki. And instead of you just let him go, you leave him a bajillion 5011 voicemails threatening for Nikki and her kids to be raped and killed. Like, both of y'all are fucked up. He got mad at Solar. You got mad at him and Nikki when the issue was the two of you. You were both toxic. And y'all both involve other people in your toxicity that got them both fucked up. That's why you don't jump from person to person after every fucking relationship. The fact that you and Odell got together within months of both of you filing for divorce, that shit, look, I have never seen that shit work out when people have done that. I have never seen a relationship be successful or healthy when people jump from person to person and don't take time to heal. Odell being at the barbershop that you go to, out of all places, then again, how quickly you gave him that much responsibility and authority. I'm just gonna be honest, it looks definitely is given handling. Especially seeing as how he doesn't even publicly claim you as a fiance or a lover. He's just kind of there, nodding in agreement, but not actually saying it himself. That's why when Ralph the Mushmouth was doing them lives talking shit about you the first time, Odell sent me over there to go screen record. And we were aligned then. And I was fully supportive of Jaguar and Odell being together. One thing about it, when we were aligned, that from me was real. But when Ralph the Mushmouth was so adamant, him and Tickle Bitty A2 Titties and No Nuts, about Odell still being tied to his ex, something in me wondered if that was true. I said, because why would all these people keep saying this shit? Odell behaves like a planted distraction. He behaves like a plant. He doesn't behave like I'm madly in love with this woman and I want to marry her and spend the rest of my life with her. He behaves like I have to put up with her so I can capitalize. And everybody said that allegedly it was you that took down the 12-hour live she did about you because you were embarrassed. And a lot of people have been saying that Jaguar doesn't even have access to her YouTube channel because allegedly it's in your name. Twinette, good to see you, my love. I've always said that to myself about Odell being a plan. Even when I used to be a supporter of Jag, I've always thought that ever since she said Goomba was a plant, which is why I was shocked Jag got into a new relationship so quickly. I'm like, she has to be smarter than that. But now that I think about it, she's probably one of those types of women who can't be single and has to have a man. Exactly. Exactly. Because when a woman doesn't love herself, when she does not feel that she is worthy, and when she feels that her self-worth comes from external, she will do that. She will literally jump man to man and not take the time to heal in between. And then again, not just to jump in the relationship, but to give him so much control. And to give him so much control at a time when his ex was all over social media claiming that they were still fucking, they were still together. And then all these other content creators who you call trolls, who some of them are trolls, honestly, some of y'all motherfuckers are. But some of these people, Jaguar, are people that did help and support you just like I did. That is the reason I'm now listening to their content. Not because I like them, not because I like their platform, but because Sean Davey Way, like I researched him. That motherfucker did a lot of shit for your ass. And I can't really say that I like or dislike him because I don't know him like that. Honestly, everything I know about him is what you told me. You call him Sean Monkey Way, which I ain't gonna lie, that was funny. That's why I called him Sean Spider Monkey Way, because it was just funny. It was a good roast. At the end of the day, though, when I researched to see that this man had put together a fundraiser for you, I'm just gonna say this. For those of y'all that claim to love and care about D, because somebody asked, actually 2 people asked me this, how come they haven't put together a fundraiser to help you, D? So I can at least say that for him. He put together a fundraiser because I thought that it was him that had put together this defense fund situation. I thought it was him until I read that, it said campaign by Jaguar Wright, which is you. And everybody kept trying to warn you about Goomba. I remember that. Because again, I've been following you for some years. I remember that. And you didn't listen in. And you rushed into shit with him. Right after you left Sam. You done had Sam, Sip, and Goomba. Now you got ODZ. You had the TJ chick who you publicly bragged about lying to her about having feelings for her just so she would help you. That's fucked up, by the way. Like I said, I want you exposed because you've been fucked up to a lot of people, not just me. And you've had a lot of people fighting with each other over you claiming to be this truth teller that me and many others believed you were. Because again, you're very good at storytelling. But the way you rushed in the shit with Goomba, definitely Neptune Pisces, I agree. Because, Jaguar, if you remember, I said it to you when we talked offline. I was like, sis, like, y'all moved really quickly. I said, is there any part of you that thinks there could be some truth to these rumors they're saying about him still dealing with his ex? She was like, nah, not at all. She said, I know my husband. I know my fiance. He's not dealing with that woman. She just wants him back. She's just desperate. Is it? Because also, according to you, Jaguar, you said that the reason y'all broke up was because allegedly he left you to go help Tammy Wallace and he was gone overnight. Ain't no nigga helping a bitch overnight unless he's helping her with some dick. I mean, we all know that shit. And how the fuck your nigga left you to go to the next bitch house because you're letting him take care of you? Allegedly. So you are doing what your son accused you of doing. He said, you've made a career off of being a succubus, using your sexual ways to drain men of their money and their essence. And that allegedly you look for men who you know may not be as attractive, but will spend money on you. And here's my thing. By all you, do you. If that's your game, then play your game and hit your lick. Because niggas have done it too. Me, myself, personally, I'm not like that. In my entire adult life, I've only allowed 2 men to take care of me for a very short period of time. The one was my ex-fiance, the one that ended up raping me, when I found out I had cysts on my ovaries before the rape. And I was trying to work and couldn't go to work because I kept passing so much blood, and I didn't know that I had cysts on my ovaries at the time. And I let him take care of everything for 2 weeks. And then I just was like, you know what? I don't like how this feels. And this isn't the dynamic that we originally had. So I went and got 2 jobs. With that going on. And I was in school. And when I lost the last baby that I didn't know I was carrying until I lost it, I let my ex from Atlanta take care of me for some months. And then he kept cheating and kept cheating. See, that's the downside to when you let a nigga take care of you. He's gonna treat you like shit. Oh, he may still break you off. He may pay the bills, pay for everything, take care of everything. But when it's all said and done, if he's a hoe, he's gonna be a hoe. And because he's taking care of you, ain't shit you could say or do. When you went off on him and said that Odell left you with a debit card with no money on it, I was like, so she really put her entire life in this man's hands? You can't do shit without him? I'm not gonna lie, that confirms what your son Sam said about you. When he said that you will have wealth and hoard it and hide it so that you can obtain more from other people. That comes from a lack mentality. That greed comes from lack, growing up without. You made it seem like you grew up with everything, that you was just a spoiled princess. So if it's not lack that is causing the greedy behavior, then you're just a greedy, spoiled brat. As your son claimed his aunts told him you were, based on your childhood. Because of course your son doesn't know your childhood. He had to hear it from somebody. He also said that you were used as a sacrifice by those in higher positions than you. And he also said that you allegedly sacrificed relatives. He said you allowed yourself to be used by dark forces to bring harm and even death as a sacrifice to family members. Your son said that. So these accusations in the Parham versus Combs hearing are truly not that far-fetched, even from what your own son said about you during the interview that he did with Trasha K. And now I'm finding out that you didn't had a whole legal defense fund that you started yourself during the time of which you were getting locked up. And then the whole victim with improperly in prison. No, you were properly prisoned. You were properly prisoned. You got arrested at the airport. They found out about old existing child abduction charges that were never dismissed by Sam Sr. So then you were extradited. Now, another thing, Dade County Jail is Florida. The article that I read about you getting arrested said you had to come up with money to cover legal proceedings in Florida. Was it Florida, Vegas, and let me pull it up actually. I believe it was Florida, Vegas, and California. I'm gonna pull up the screenshot. And also the original story did say that. It said that you were extradited from Florida to Illinois. So according to your own legal defense fund description, according to that, you had quite a bit going on. Why is this freezing? Oh my gosh, hold on. If it kicks me out of the studio, because I have a feeling this browser is about to crash because the VPN, y'all just bear with me as I come back in. Dade County is Florida. Cook County is Illinois. So you spent 2 weeks in Florida. And then you spent 2 weeks in Illinois. Now, you were arrested in 2016 as well as in 2018. I'm just trying to tie all this together because none of this is adding up. Kadisha Shaylin said that you were arrested January 7th, released on January 10th to another detention center. Your own defense fund website says you spent 2 weeks in Dade County jail, which means you were in Florida for 2 weeks in Jaya. And then you were extradited to Illinois, where you spent another 2 weeks in Jaya at Cook County. None of that coincides with a screenshot of a release date of April 10th. In fact, all of that contradicts Kadisha Shaylin's video, the entire video. Now, I did screen record the whole video. I'm not going to play the whole video because the only part that I care about is the part about Jaguar. I noticed how she went in on Ariel Mitchell Kidd for well over 8 minutes. The total time of the video is 9 minutes and some seconds. So you only spent about 1.5 minutes on Jaguar, maybe 2 minutes, and the whole rest of the video was all about Ariel Mitchell being a liar. I could just tell from the conversations I had with Jaguar that Jaguar definitely sat in on the phone and talked with Kadisha Shaylin. Because it just went into a smear campaign about Ariel Mitchell Kidd and how Diddy had filed a lawsuit against her for defamation. Now, I even said to y'all that I feel like Ariel Mitchell is allegedly being paid by them, and it seems like she's definitely not only duplicitous, but also can easily be bought, allegedly, because why all the women who she's represented, they've all lost their cases. I said that the other day. Matter of fact, I said that last night during the live, and I hadn't even looked at or even had seen the Khadisha Lynn video, because again, it just popped up in the feed while I was actually searching for more videos about Jaguar's arrest and Sam Jr. And then her video popped up. So an arrest starting in January, it still doesn't make sense. When Jaguar was arrested and when she was released will determine whether or not she's innocent in this Parham versus Combs case. And like I said, a person who's innocent isn't filing motions to be dismissed, because they're going to court to prove their innocence. And again, attorneys and judges know more than anybody how the legal system works. If evidence was submitted with the motion to be dismissed, if there was concrete evidence that was sent into the court with that request that confirms that she indeed was locked up, that's an automatic dismissal. There's no waiting around for it to be approved. There's no, we have to wait a month or months or weeks for an approval. It's as soon as that motion is filed, the judge looks at it, here's the evidence, oh, they were locked up, boom, dismiss, done. And like I said, I've been following the docket. She has not been dismissed from this hearing yet. So, for all of you dumbasses from Danny Robertson's channel and Official King Payne's channel and Jaguar's channel, for all you dumbass trolls that questioned my editing analysis of Stormisha Bussy Alizé Jenkins' horribly AI altered video of Jaguar, for all of y'all to question that, and none of you are questioning this shit, really? 5.5 hours analysis showing you evidence of clear AI alteration in a video over and over and over. And yes, I'm going to stand 10 toes down on that. Not because I support Jaguar, because I do not. I stand 10 toes down on my editing analysis experience. And that shit was horribly AI altered. That's why the fuck Storm took down both the original and the repost and ran his ass off to fucking Ghana. This shit, Khadisha Lynn, or Khadisha Shaylin, however you say her name, the video she did, while it was a nice gesture to show her support of Jaguar, it's still full of leaks and holes. Full of it. I'm not even going to play the Sam video again because, quite honestly, it's late. Apparently, I might have to do a part 4 on this. Because the research that I'm doing now is to prove, quite honestly, to myself that this person who I've been believing in all these years is not who I thought she is. I've made peace with the events that happened, but I'll be able to make even more peace to know at least she got exposed for who she really is, not who she's pretending to be. There are people that are like, how can you talk about the things you talk about now after all that time you supported Jaguar? I think the question for all of you should be, how could she betray me the way she did in February after all the time and everything I did to support her? Instead of talking about how I shouldn't be researching her, maybe you need to go back and look at my channel since October of 2024 until now, and you could possibly understand why this is so important to me. It's not just about vindication. It literally is stopping other people from being manipulated, mistreated, and taken advantage of the way all of us, not just me, have been by Jaguar. Stop running around calling yourself a defender of freedom when all you received was a participation award that didn't even come from Trump himself. Stop calling yourself a defender of freedom when you threatened for Nikki and her kids to get raped and bullets put in their head, and you threatened for your ex-husband's mom to be chopped up and told him in detail exactly how the assassination, suicide would go. Stop calling yourself a freedom fighter and a whistleblower when it appears that you are just as big of a monster as you call them as they are. Whatever is the truth about you is what will be exposed, not what you want people to believe. The truth about you. Do I believe you were sexually assaulted and raped? Absolutely. Do I believe you were gang raped? Yes, I do. I believe a lot of your trauma is what has shaped you into becoming the person you are today. And I believe that the people in this industry saw you as a very easy target to be able to use and manipulate. As your son said, people in higher places use you as a weapon. It's very obvious that they did. And quite honestly, as a spiritualist, I do feel for what you've been through. That doesn't change just because you're fucked up and you were fucked up towards me. What you went through was horrible. The problem is, Jaguar, you're almost 50 years old. So you cannot keep using your past as an excuse to be fucked up. At some point, you have to take responsibility and get help for your mental health and get help for your trauma and stop being fucked up and blaming your past for it. Because you always do that. Just like Claudia, y'all both always a victim. But never taking accountability for the fucked up shit you say and do. So again, if you were in Dade County jail in January of 2023, that's when the events with Goomba took place, was January of 2023. The events with Parham took place in 2018. Your defense fund, how long has that been going? Did it start in 2018? Did it start in 2023? Because according to Sean Davey Way, you had a defense fund going in 2018. Is this the same defense fund is what I'm trying to find out. Because he did a fundraiser for you to help you with your legal fees while you were locked up. He also went live when you called him from Jaya Collect. And see, shit like that is why I don't consider people friends no more. We're either family or you're an associate. Because that nigga recorded you talking to him from the Jaya phone while he was on live. And that was supposed to be your friend. Like I said, I can understand why you don't trust people. But I can also understand why people don't trust you. And one thing I've seen is that ODZ will support the fuck shit you be on. Even when it came to his own, which that was shocking for him to still support you after you did that 12-hour live. And oh, by the way, Jay Curry, his video had popped up in my feed. This week we will be doing a watch party. It'll probably be on Rumble, going over his video, because he did a screen recording of about 26 minutes of that 12-hour live Jaguar did, where she was going in on ODZ a few months back. So even though they took the live down or made it private or did whatever they did, he was still able to capture about 26 minutes of it. I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's love that's motivating Odell sticking it out with Jaguar. I think it's could possibly just be incentive, money. If you have an artist who allows you to have that much control that quickly, it's very easy to manipulate, take control, and essentially dominate them. Like I said, even though she's dominant in her behavior, there's a reason she's allowing Odell to handle everything. And from what I've been told, allegedly, they said it's because apparently he has certain, resources. I'll put it that way. He's got certain resources that other content creators have claimed women want. They claim that, Odell has money, he has this, he has that. Here's the thing. If Odell has money, why the fuck was him and Jaguar staying at Meech's house? You a man staying at another man's house when y'all travel? You couldn't afford to get you and her a room or an Airbnb? Or is it a situation where Odell is being used so that shit's not in Jaguar's name, the same way Diddy uses Janice to put all his shit in her name? Like I said, I feel like all people involved are all profiting and benefiting in their own way, and everybody's covering for each other. So that one time, Jag couldn't even say Odell's name. That's crazy. I didn't even know that. RG, you was committed to her 100, but when she did that BS, oh my God, that shit devastated me, and I had never been that hurt in a long time. I know, fam, and that's what sucked for all of us, was it didn't just affect me, it affected y'all. Why is this phone not charging? Hold up. I didn't have this thing on the charger this whole time. And instead of it charging, it's draining the battery. So give me a second to switch the outlet. Hold up. Because that has to be what it is. fuck is my battery going down? The hell? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it affected all of us. And it deeply hurt me. Like, people don't understand for Scorpios that betrayal is not a deal breaker, it's a death breaker. Meaning it kills any sort of relationship. It affected y'all because you guys also believed in her. And you guys supported me. So you guys supported me supporting her all the time. And regardless of what happened, I want to thank every one of my DzPeepz that did and that still are supportive. Because just like when Archangel Michael came into the chat the other day, at one point we were all like a family, or supposed to have been. Even the times when she encouraged me when I had my breakdowns online. All of that. And I do believe all of that at the time was real. Unfortunately, jealousy and people being intimidated will make them just out of nowhere turn on you. And you try to make sense of it like, damn, what did I do wrong? All I did was positive things. I didn't say nothing wrong. Even when people, like, that's the thing. Even when people came to me trying to get me to turn against you, Jaguar, I didn't. And you know how many people did that shit. You and Odell both do. As soon as people found out I was supporting you, they started coming for me, coming from my channel, coming from my platform, on their platforms talking shit, people I had never heard of. I've never heard of Fisher King Payne. I've never heard of Danny Robertson, but apparently both of them have continued to have my name in their mouth because they're not relevant. And quite honestly, if it wasn't for me reviewing this interview with Sam Jr. and Tasha K, Danny Robertson, you wouldn't be relevant at all. And as far as I'm concerned, you and Jaguar, y'all gotta be friends. Cause y'all act too much alike. Y'all do too much of the same shit. At the end of the day, a lot of jealousy was coming into play. Other content creators were jealous about the attention that was being placed on my platform. Jaguar became jealous when you guys started coming over to my channel and staying. She became jealous when a lot of y'all were complimenting my singing voice and complimenting, you know, my editing. It was like anything that made her feel inferior was a problem. And then next thing you know, she's going live when I go live. She's trying to talk about the same things I'm talking about. Always trying to one-up me when on panel. Always cutting me off. Always talking over me. Doing the same shit to Odell. And everybody else. It was like, nope, I'm the center of attention. All of you guys work for me. All of you guys do what I say, when I say, how I say. And if you don't, then I'm going to just fuck you over. That sounds exactly how your son described how you were as a child, according to his aunties. It all lines up. But let me ask you something, Jaguar. Was it worth it? And I'm not talking about just what you did to me in February. I mean everybody. Your son, Giovanni. Your relationship with your son now. Was it worth it? Because your children are all you have. Was it worth it to sacrifice both of your sons? Was it worth it to sacrifice all of the positive relationships you had made? Not just with me, with other people. Was it worth it for you to do a 12-hour live about Odell and break up and do all that drama all on YouTube just to turn right back around and be ambiguous and people still don't know if y'all together or not. Was it worth it to go to Mar-a-Lago and shame every last one of our ancestors by supporting a man who supports white supremacists? And supporting a man that I heard say back in the 90s that he doesn't like blacks or Latinos and doesn't want any of them working for him. Was it worth it? Because from where I'm sitting, it don't look like it was. And I hate that it hurt y'all. I hate that it hurt me. I hate that it hurt all of us. But the reality is, it doesn't matter how much you support Jaguar. Eventually, she's going to sabotage every connection until she's left with no one but herself. And I feel like Odell is sticking it out for the monetary. Because until I hear that man refer to her as his fiance, the love of his life, say publicly he loves her, he wants to marry her, he wants to spend the rest of his life with her. No. At the end of the day, it was always her saying it. You know, you my future husband. You know, you're the love of my life. Love of my life. You are my friend. See, it feels more like friend from ODZ. It feels like schoolgirl head over heels in love for her, which is sad. Because that seems to be your pattern with all. Deep down inside, Jaguar, you don't feel that you're worthy of love that doesn't come with sabotage and toxicity. Somewhere along the line, you learned that that was all you deserved was toxicity. So you kept attracting it and attracting it and attracting it. And then when people come along that try to be good to you or for you, you either run away from them or run them away. And then get mad when people don't want to deal with your bullshit. Just like your son said. So yeah, I hate that it hurt all of y'all. I'm grateful for what it taught me. And I'm grateful for all of you that stayed. Because a lot of people left, but a lot of y'all stayed. And all the people that left have been replaced. So at this point, all I want to know is the real truth. I really wish I could believe everything you told me, Jaguar. I just can't because of your behavior. I just request the log for the Cook County female inmate list for March. So we'll see. Okay. Yeah, let me know what you find out, fam, for real. John Doe in the Parham case was able to describe the vehicle him and Jane Doe was in when he witnessed Helena and Jack's convo where he tried talking to Helena about their MJ case. Andrew said, D, I think she was very jealous of your energy. See, you have a very one-of-a-kind energy that people are drawn to. Just my opinion. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you, my good brother. I really do. If Odell and Maggie really messed around with each other, how the fuck were they able to have time to meet up with each other? Baby, it's possible because Odell was always traveling. Canada's not that far. Especially from DC. It's not far at all. And what I was told was that allegedly Odell had been flying Maggie in. Allegedly. And that allegedly he had went to see her. Because I remember when Jaguar was talking about them taking a trip to go see Maggie. And he was like, oh yeah, she's just a hop, skip, and a jump away. She's not even far. And then all the attention that Jaguar was constantly giving to Maggie. And there talks about traveling to see one another. Wouldn't that be some shit if Odell got Jaguar to go on a trip with him to go see Maggie and then end up fucking her? That would be some crazy shit. Because, yeah, I've heard quite a bit. I heard that he allegedly had been flying her in and that he had been going to visit her. Because supposedly there were talks about certain activities that she was willing to do that Jaguar wasn't, which I also find that hard to believe because based off conversations I've had with Jaguar, she sounds very open-minded. And I'm pretty sure there ain't nothing that she wouldn't do. I'll put it that way. But it was a lot being said. And the attention that Odell was given to Maggie's channel, even after they all fell out. It was just weird. Because it was like, even though they had fell out, I remember seeing him, it was on one of the videos that I had screen recorded, where he said, "No love lost, fam." And he said that to Maggie, even though Jaguar had went off on him. About Maggie. His response to Maggie was, "No love lost, fam." So ain't no telling. Because, you know, some niggas will fuck anything. Especially if they feel like an overweight chick might take care of them or give them shelter or a place to stay. Good night, RG. Right. She always said that she went to the Diddy parties to walk people out. But what she forgot is that she also said that her and all of her girls had body cams. So which was it? Were you there to perform as a dominatrix with body cams, as you said on Piers Morgan? Or did you go to walk girls out? Because if you're paid as a dominatrix, you have to work. You have to, you know, fulfill your duty of what you got paid for. And same with the other alleged sex workers. So when was the walking out? When did that occur? Did that occur after y'all got done doing whatever y'all was doing at the parties? And how did you have the physical stamina at 5'5" at 200 pounds to swim across Epstein Island to rescue anyone? With that height and that level of weight, I just don't believe it at all. I don't. Right. Because that's what she was honing in on, and that's what everybody was talking about, was her alleging that she had 3 victims ready to testify against Jay-Z and Beyonce, which she said on the Piers Morgan Uncensored podcast on YouTube. And to this day, still hasn't done that. And that was all of last year. Because, like I said, I did the Jonathan Hay Jaguar interview review. It was like right after the Piers Morgan. Yeah, it was right after the Piers Morgan, because I remember I saw Piers Morgan, and when she said she performed as a dominatrix, because again, I was already following Jaguar on Storm Monroe's. That's how I knew about the Piers Morgan interview, was because I seen her talk about it on the Storm Monroe channel. So when she said that, I was like, I need to do some research, some more research on her, because, and then of course I looked up who Jonathan Hay was, and I just was like, so she was about that life, the same lifestyle, you know, I had explored. And again, I ain't gonna lie, back then in 2013, I didn't know about all this shit. I didn't know about people getting paid to inflict pain, and I was just on some, I'm trying to be into some freaky shit as a Scorpio. I want to try some shit as now I'm single, whatever. But nah, I didn't know she had performed as a dominatrix. So when she said that, I was like, she probably knows some of the people I know that's about that life. And I do believe she does. But the reality is, if you performed as a dominatrix, it's very a high likelihood that you could have very well participated in people being sexually abused. Very, very high likelihood, because of what dominatrixes are paid to do, which is to inflict pain and degradate. When I was going through training as a female dom, the first thing they teach you is how to do degradation. Because you know, in order to get someone to submit to you, they have to feel that they're inferior to you. At least when it comes to BDSM and kink and that whole DS dynamic. And masochists love it. They love to willingly give control over you. That's why I'm believing what Sam Jr. said when he says she's a succubus that knows how to use her womanly ways to suck the life out of men, and to take them for all their money. That seems to be a pattern. And unfortunately, women from Jaguar's generation, their mothers taught them to seek that out. They taught them to seek out men that would spend money on them. So it's obvious that that was the influence she must have had growing up, was to only deal with men for money. But that's why those relationships also never last long. And if they do last, you're miserable while you're in it. If your relationship desire isn't for that person's heart and soul, it's not going to work. Because anything outside of that is just transactional. And transactions can change. Real great. I love her music voice. Jaguar has a very beautiful voice. Now, some songs, not as good. Some songs I've heard her, no, I didn't feel like she sang well on some. But most of what I've heard, I've enjoyed. Especially when I was reviewing her music. That was definitely all real. According to Google, Jag had fundraising campaigns before. It says fees could get as high, exactly, it did say that. Fees could get as high as $25,000, which would explain why Jag is now asking her subscribers for that amount. I'm so glad you said that, because that was the next point I was about to get to. When I read that on here, on her little website, I was like, oh, so this ain't the first time she's asked her subscribers for $25,000. So apparently in 2018, she was asking for $25,000 for legal fees too, which again, let's just critical thinking. In 2018, during the time of which she's named in this case, she had to come up with $25,000 for legal fees. You had to come up with $25,000 for legal fees as it pertained to you being arrested at the airport, and then old lingering child abduction charges that you said were not accurate because you and Sam, not Jr., you and Sam Sr. had already made arrangements for you to have Sam Jr. at that time. Like, everything just seems conveniently stated. Because how, Sway, do you need the same exact amount right now for legal fees? Just weeks ahead of the hearing for the case in which you're named. And even in 2018, during the actual time frame of said case, you were looking to raise at least $25,000. See, I don't have a history of doing fundraisers for legal fees because I don't have a criminal history, number one. And the only fundraiser I've ever spearheaded was my own GoFundMe that I made to raise funds for my surgery, which again, I have not even been promoting. So if I was a scammer, y'all would see me with 50, 11 fucking fundraisers. I'm still putting together everything to raise funds for Forever Freedom and haven't even started doing that. Because everything is still being worked out for that. I'm pointing this out for a reason, to show y'all how people deflect and project themselves onto others. You projected that scammer shit on me because it appears, ma'am, that you're the scammer, allegedly. And I'm only saying allegedly for the sake of YouTube. All these people you kept calling trolls that kept saying you had been YouTube scamming for years, some of them motherfuckers turned out to be true. The only thing I do is let people know where they can send donations to my Cash App or Venmo, and that's it. And at the most, might send an email or a request when I'm in need of emergency help to cover my room. That's it. And even then, if people don't send nothing, hey, it is what it is. I ain't tripping. But 25K you needed in 2018, and now you need it again in 2025. It sounds like it's the same fucking scenario, if you ask me, allegedly. I know what cult you're talking. Yeah, Nature Boy. Thank you. Nature Boy was the one that started that damn alleged sex cult. Didn't the Nature Boy cult go to mainstream? Yep, they sure did. Many people were harmed, including children. CNN should have covered. They did. It was the same as all the other cults where they're fucking the pastor because the pastor, just like the one I showed y'all a couple nights ago about the Mexican pastor over in Mexico that was having women and teenage girls think, and even children with his disgusting pedophile ass, had them thinking that in order for them to get to heaven, they had to have sex with his ass. And the reason people fall for that is because they follow man instead of God. They follow leaders instead of God. A good cult leader will have you believing that sex is the way to get to heaven. And a good cult leader will have you following them even when they're wrong. The main reason I'm doing this investigation on Jaguar is because I really did support her. And considering that I come from cults that know how to manipulate people into believing in what they believe in, where they teach you that their religion is the only way and all this other bullshit, I had to start looking at, damn, is she a cult leader? When people kept calling all of us a cult, that we were aligned. Oh, you guys are a part of the Jaguar Wright cult. And you say you're not. But then when you come out that shit, it low-key kind of looks and feels like it could have maybe been that. And then, of course, to target me because I came from cults. Dee's a good candidate for trying to manipulate. She's a survivor of sexual abuse. She'll believe in you. She'll support you. She comes from cults, so she's used to being of service. But oh, when I broke free, then it's, you never supported me, all this other bullshit y'all was telling me she was saying on her channel about how I didn't support her, and I convinced Cody to not support her, and I told him when to buy the fucking sweatshirt from him, even though when he purchased the sweatshirt from you, I didn't even know who Cody was. It's always some bullshit, and you're always the fucking victim. Every time. She said, no, I was saying one of those people close to Jag planted Odell in Jag's life, either Goomba or nephew Solar or whoever she threw ashes on. Oh, that makes sense. That actually does make sense, especially since the fact that, so now I'm going to have to research to find out, was the barbershop that old DZ met her in the same barbershop that she was up there with Goomba? Because if it's the same barbershop, then yeah, I would definitely be inclined to believe that. I wonder if Odell has her in a legal conservatorship, like what happened to Britney Spears, Amanda Bynes, and Bam Margera. It would be easy to prove she's unhinged and plus reckless with money. I'm not going to lie to you, fam. I was wondering that too. I'm glad you said that. Because I'm serious, it's just given that. You know what it feels like? It feels like Hunter and Wendy Williams. He was married to Wendy, but he wasn't married to Wendy. On paper, he was married. In real life, he was a whore, just like Odell. And he was handling all of Wendy's shit. Wendy got put in that damn rehab center. He was handling all of Wendy's shit. Okay, I'm convinced that this outlet does not work, so y'all bear with me. I'm gonna have to find another one because it is not charging my phone, which is annoying. Hold up. God damn, it seemed like the charger is draining the battery faster than charging it. Hold on, y'all. Let me find another outlet. Give me a second. Okay, is this working or not? Oh, they're going. Okay, hold on. Bear with me a moment. Okay, hopefully it works. Because if not, I'm going to definitely have to end the live because my phone's going to cut off. My battery is going down a lot. So yeah, not unless the actual charger is fucked up. Hold up, y'all. Give me a second. That just dawned on me. I'm gonna try my other charger and see. Cause it's weird. Like it had got to like 60%, and then all of a sudden I look at my phone and it's at like 8%. So I think it was probably that outlet. But I'm serious. I feel like it's very possible that he could have her in a conservatorship because of her mental instability. And honestly, her mental instability since they've been together. Who's to say that he hasn't gone and done shit behind her back? I mean, hell, you started an LLC with this man only a few months after, y'all getting together. Like, y'all got together in May. And I think, and she said by August, she had given him control over the channel, over the mods. Not the mods, because Ayasha's over the mods, but like over who can talk to her and shit. And he just so happened to be at that barbershop. I don't know if it's necessarily Goomba in them that sent him to her. I really feel like it could have been Jay-Z. Allegedly. Because he claims to have all these connections, but yet ain't none of us seen any of the people he claimed to have connections to ever claim him, just like with Stone Paxton claiming Vasal, who ain't never claimed him. But it just seems like, what do you have to gain, Odell, by supporting her? Given that supporting her, like Ayasha and Grace told me, comes with a lot of drama and negativity and you becoming a target. And the fact that y'all was, let me address this, the fact that y'all was talking shit about me when I first told Jaguar that I was being targeted. Because I remember when she addressed that during her little rant on February 9th. And you know, trolls always talk about how they get targeted. We do get targeted supporting your motherfucking ass. Everybody that supported you got targeted. Because a lot of motherfuckers don't fuck with you. I think that's what irritated me the most, was that I actually lost connections with people I know in real life for supporting you, just to find out you really was full of shit, like the people you claimed that were trolls said. So of course I'm gonna be more open if one of their videos comes across my news feed, like Jay Curry, who I know for a fact you hated. You hate everybody that holds you accountable. I just realized that. Every content creator, even your own son. If people hold you accountable, it's like you hate that shit. Again, everything that how he described you is exactly how you present yourself to be. A little spoiled brat who's used to getting her way, and when she can't, she tries to bully people because she has a Napoleon complex, because she's the short chick. And now she's the short, overweight chick who's always picking at other people's appearances because deep down inside she's insecure and self-conscious about her own. Odell knew you were self-conscious about your weight, and he talked about it. That man when I started noticing that he was exploiting your vulnerabilities is when I knew he wasn't your divine masculine. When he started picking about your weight, making little either direct or indirect comments about how, you know, when we get you in the gym to get you toned up, even though he got a gut. When he started complimenting Tasha K's breast, and then was complimenting Love Jones's breast, knowing you didn't like them, knowing that you don't fuck with them. The more I really think about it, everything about Odell says handler. It does not say loving spouse, loving boyfriend, loving fiance. It's I'm being positioned in the right place at the right time so that when shit hits the fan, I can take her for all she has. And I so hate to have to agree with these other content creators that I do not like, but I do agree with them on that. 1000%. I agree with them on that. Because that's been the story even when we were aligned, was that you were sent to Jaguar to allegedly fall in love with her, take all her shit, take her for all she's worth, and then leave her with nothing. And I've heard that from several, not just one or two, from several content creators, that allegedly that was the real reason he was sent to her. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Neptune said, oh yes, if he captured 26 minutes of it, you should definitely react to it. Oh, I am. It's going to be this week. Because I was looking over that. Because like I said, when I researched, I deep dive. I even went back to that. Because I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison of her voicemails to Goomba and the 26 minutes of Jay Curry when she was going in on Odell. And I'm also going to compare when she did that shit to Sip. The good thing is that at least Sip and Goomba and Sam Sr. had enough sense to leave. Odell's stupid ass, you gonna fuck around and find out in the worst way. And if you fucking Maggie, hell, y'all do y'all. Y'all grown. I don't care. Allegedly. If you're allegedly fucking Maggie. But that would be the ultimate betrayal. And also the ultimate revenge. Because again, Maggie was your ace. You made sure to appear on her platform every morning to sit at 6 a.m. and bash other content creators with her and then wonder why I didn't want to participate. It's one thing to roast and laugh and kiki, but that's not what y'all did. Y'all sat up and just tore people down every single morning for hours. Talking about Maggie was your morning coffee. No, Maggie was your morning dose of toxicity. That's why y'all was so ace boom coon, because your frequency of toxicity matched each other. My energy didn't match that. So that's where I noticed your energy towards me shifted when I didn't want to sit on platform with you and Maggie and do that whole ass shit. Because first of all, my first thought was, if she'll do it with you, she'll do it to you. Meaning that if Maggie's inviting you on her platform to constantly trash all these other content creators, and that's solely what she does. She doesn't encourage, she doesn't talk about current events. She doesn't talk about entertainment news reporting, none of that. It's just sitting online and trashing all these content creators. I was like, if she's doing it with her, she's going to do it to her. Not only did she do it to you, but she did it to Chico Bitty A2 Titties and No Nuts, both who she drug for filth. The entire time, we were all aligned. Maggie drugged them for filth more than I did. I did roasts that were funny. She just sat up and drugged them for filth. Then had the audacity to not only have them on panel, but from what I heard, from what y'all told me in the chat here, was that she had Odeezy and Donut on panel arguing with each other, which is stupid as hell. Y'all grown ass people doing this dumb ass shit. So as soon as you fell out with Jaguar, all of her enemies, you have them on your channel. But that was your ace. Remember that, Jaguar? Y'all haven't seen not one of them people on panel with me. In fact, the only person you've seen on panel with me is Cody. Because I'm not built like that. It ain't no the enemy of my enemy is a friend. Nah, if you was ever an enemy, I don't care if I don't fuck with her, I still don't fuck with you. Because I'm a real ass Scorpio. I don't do that fake ass shit. If I didn't fuck with you then, I'm not fucking with you now. Just because I don't fuck with her. At the end of the day, all of y'all are fake. I feel like all of y'all deserve each other. If y'all want to spend the rest of your adult life constantly arguing with one another and going back and forth, by all means, more power to you. I'm not participating. The only thing I'm interested in is the truth. How much of what I've been told is the truth? How much of what I've been told is a lie? How much of what you say and put out in the media is the truth? And how much of what you say and put out in the media is a lie, Jaguar? That is what I'm interested in. Because I'm having a very hard time believing that everything about you, and I mean everything, is just complete bullshit. I feel like there has to be some truth to your allegations of rape, considering the way you behave. You clearly have sustained a lot of trauma, as I said before. I don't take that away from you. My thing is, you need to be held responsible for your behavior towards others because of your unhealed energy. And as a spiritualist, I do still hope that you choose healing. I really do. Because you can be used as a force to be reckoned with for God. Remember when you asked me, D, are you a warrior for God? When I was at that Airbnb and I had that breakdown after you spent all those hours trying to scare me about Danny Robertson coming to try to kill me and shit. You kept saying that, you know, I need to be careful because Danny Robertson can find out where I live and you know, they can come and find you and they can come abduct you and try to kill you. You're there, you're by yourself, there's no one there with you, and all this other paranoid, delusional shit. Now, I don't know Danny Robertson. I don't know what he or she is or isn't capable of. I have no idea. What I do know is how much time you and Odell have spent trying to convince me that this Danny Robertson person was out to get me because of my association with you. When the reality is, it seems like it's you. That they, who you always refer to, is you. All Danny needs is a few hours to analyze your lives. And then they'd be able to find out where you're located and where you live. And you probably should take out a restraining order because, you know, she may already know where you live. And I'm thinking like, I don't even know this person. Why would they do all of that just because I fuck with you? That's crazy. Until Ayesha told me about the bomb threat being called into her school, her children's school. Until Ayesha told me about CPS being called to her home. And to my knowledge, the only person that knows where Ayesha lives is Jaguar. She was like, so you need to understand, D, how dangerous it can be for you to be supporting Jaguar. Because of the people that are after her. But here's the reality. Are these people after you? Or is that another paranoid thought? Are there truly people after you because you're this so-called truth teller? Because that's what you've led the entire world to believe all these years, is that Jay-Z and Diddy and all the rest of them are allegedly setting you up and sending people and doing all this shit with no evidence. Oh wait, I forgot what he said. Right, exactly. It was already on its way from real life street stars when we first started emailing one another, D. I was a true believer in her words, speeches, songs, lies, and deception. I thought a lot of us were. And that's what I'm saying, for Official King Payne and the rest of them to be like, oh, and how come your ancestors didn't show you this and that? Let me tell you something, King Payne. What my ancestors showed me was your mother dying of cancer and you trying to commit suicide. That's what they showed me. Now, for your sake, I really hope that doesn't manifest. But that's what I saw. I also saw your ass go to jail for some time. Y'all always want to try to come for my spiritual gifts because you know how real they are. What I saw coming for Jaguar is not good. That's why I keep saying what I'm saying to her about repentance. Jaguar, God's trying to give you a chance to make things right. And I'm not talking about just with me. I mean in general, to make things right. Because you have hurt, disappointed, and let down so many people who were just like me, believing that you were going to be this powerful voice from within the industry to stop this shit that's been happening in the industry. And if you turn out to be fake, then that means there's no one from within the industry who has the courage to come out and truly speak against it and try to stop it. That is what this was supposed to have been about the entire time, was stopping the sex trafficking, stopping the rapes, stopping the abduction, stopping the violence, stopping the abuse, stopping the drug shit. Not just about talking about it and going back and forth. Being proactive in stopping the behavior. You were the one that said during the Pierce Morgan interview that, Diddy and Jay-Z allegedly just are allowed to do what they do and the victim making machine continues. Those were your words verbatim. So if you cared about victims this entire time, why the fuck haven't you started a nonprofit organization aiding and assisting victims instead of starting cruelty-free artistry? When you are one of the cruelest people out here on YouTube as of right now. Cruelty-free artistry is not an advocacy for women and men and children who are survivors of sexual abuse. Cruelty-free artistry is not an advocacy for any survivor who feels comfortable, because the first fucking survivor you had, you ran off. Tammy Wallace. And she said very openly on Stone Paxton's video, when I was still aligned with him, that you became allegedly abusive with her because she didn't want to do part 3 with you on your the Jaguar Wright Show YouTube channel because you had been tripping out on her. She said that. And unless Stone has blocked her, which I don't know if he has because I haven't been on his channel in a while, I'm pretty sure her comments are still there. She left very long and detailed comments about you. She said the same thing, that you were being controlling, you were trying to dominate everything, and because she didn't want to do things your way, you started tripping on her. And according to Tammy Wallace, like I said, she said you became very abusive with her and very dictatorial, like you tried to do with me, and it didn't work. So why are you always trying to force people to do shit your way? Because you're a spoiled brat who was taught that behaving negatively could be positively rewarded with attention. And now at damn near 50 years old, you still blame everybody but yourself. It's real crazy. And you're right, fam. And I know that every last one of us enjoyed her music when I used to review it. And I thought about that too. How the fuck Odell claiming to be her manager, but you've never done one video or live actually reviewing any of her music? I never understood that, ever. In fact, I was the only person I know who ever even did that. The first and the last. At first I thought it was my phone going dead. No, it definitely was mine, because now it's starting to go up a few percentage numbers, which, yeah, it must have been that outlet. She was really for SA and thought at first she was a laid back LGBTQ advocate, until I found out she actually didn't care for me because I was trans. That hurt at first. I gave her endless support. I know you did. That's what I'm saying. People want to talk shit about me. Trust me when I say I wasn't the only person that she hurt, let down, disappointed, because she turned out to not be at all who we thought she was. It's just the truth. Cause shit, we all gave her endless support. Y'all know, hell, y'all that have been following me for a year, y'all know that we showed up for all of her shit. Hell, I would stop my lives, we would go over to hers, and not only that, anytime she was on, that's how I found out about Paperwork Party TV, was because of Jaguar. That first interview she did, well, not the first one, the first interview I knew about that she was doing with Shane Brown and Paperwork Party TV. We all pulled up from my channel over there. If she was on the Tanya Rubens, we pulled up over there. If she was on the Maggies, outside of their early morning banter bullshit I didn't want to participate in, we pulled up over there. If she was on Odell's, we pulled up over there. We pulled up to Sean Atwood. We pulled up to, what was the name of that channel? Started with a T. It was a guy, was it Tommy's Planet or something like that? Planet, something with Planet in the name. We showed up over there. We showed up over Master Splinter's channel. We showed up everywhere. We showed up when Ronnie Bo was missing. And No Nuts came in the, he joined the panel, the StreamYard, and was on that bullshit. We showed up. Because everybody who is a survivor, former victim, wants to believe that someone within that area could possibly come out and help all of us get justice. That's what we wanted to believe. So now what we do is we create the justice without them. The reality is, family, we don't need Jaguar as a voice. We have voices. Our voices together are much louder than her one voice. But this pretending to be an advocate shit is coming to an end. Just like this pretending to be a Christian bullshit. You can't be a dark witch and a Christian at the same time, Jaguar. You got to pick one or the other. They both completely contradict each other. Only reason I don't think it's Jay-Z is because Jay paid Jag dust not long after they collaborated, and technically everything she has said about him was already said a long time ago. The only new thing I heard Jag say was Jay cut her with the box cutter. I mean, it is true that publicly he paid her dust, but we really don't know what went on behind closed doors. And from what Sam Jr. said, he said his mom's a prostitute. So, I mean, allegedly. So, it could be either or. It could be that Jay-Z isn't paying her any attention, and maybe that is why she's doing all this, just to get his attention, which honestly, I could see that being a definite possibility too because of her low self-worth. However, I have heard from other people outside of Jaguar the same shit about Jay-Z. I have. Just like I have about Diddy since the late 90s. Because I remember right before Aaliyah was, in my opinion, sacrificed, there were women back then saying that Jay-Z had allegedly been physically aggressive with them and even sexually aggressive with them. So I definitely wouldn't put it past him. We just don't know if what she is saying is true because she didn't lie so much. Now she's now the damn female that cried wolf. I still need to film a video of my roasting marshmallows over her t-shirt as fuel starter. That's like, that is so petty. Best way to get my money's worth out of this. I appreciate the loyalty to me. Thank you, but that is funny. Not roast the marshmallows over her t-shirt. Then why the fuck I'm thinking of that damn chestnuts roasting over an open fire? I heard Jack say, oh, I already read that. I just realized I already read that. Allow that. And I just couldn't allow that and just be a part of the trolls. Had to side with who was in the right. Thank you, family. I appreciate you. I don't believe Jay cut her. Could be either way. It could be that it never happened, and that could be a very high likelihood, or it could be that it did, but because the only reason why I'm saying that is because Jay-Z has a history. He has a history of being volatile and threatening with women. Hell, even Rihanna said that. She said how nervous she was because when she first met him, he told her that she could either sign the deal or go out the window. So I mean, I don't put it past him that he could have that side to him. But also Jaguar didn't lie so damn much. Shit. Ain't no telling. I also don't believe nothing Jack said about Trevor Green because if it were true, he wouldn't be all over YouTube now clowning Jag. And she not sue him. From what she said, that's not the real Trevor Green. Because I asked her about that when I first became a moderator. Because I was like, why the fuck does this Trevor Green person keep making up 50, 11 different YouTube channels after, you know, like even as a moderator, I was reporting him and blocking him and all that. And he still just kept popping up channel after channel after channel. So I don't think that was the actual person that did anything to her. I think that's just a YouTube weirdo that chose to personify that guy, which is crazy to even want to personify a man who's been alleged as a rapist. Is crazy to me. That's real crazy. That's why when he started trolling my channel, I'm like, nigga, fuck you. I'll report your ass to the damn FBI for cyber crimes and call it a day. And did. And y'all notice his dumb ass ain't been in the fucking chat lately. She said, better yet, Odell, Mr. I have connections, haven't pressed any charges. Exactly. Exactly. And Odell's not pressing charges because his stupid ass started that damn LLC with her. So, nigga, you gotta see that shit through. Not only that, the alleged financial compensation that goes along with him, quote unquote, managing her. So when it comes to them two, I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel like if they are pretending to be together, I don't feel like they are. I feel like the 12-hour live she did about ODZ was the nail in the coffin, and that what we are seeing are two people trying to convince others that everything is okay when clearly behind closed doors, everything's not okay. Because if everything was okay, that 12-hour live would not have ever happened. She would have never put it out there that they were having problems, especially knowing how the trolls were definitely going to jump right on that to talk about it. He said Trevor Green has harassed D in her chat multiple lives, though, so there might be something behind something being off with him. Well, yeah, obviously. Dude was definitely thrown off. Jaguar needs to be an actress. I don't believe nobody is or was following her. I do believe if Jag knows anything personally about a person, she will disrupt their life. That I agree with you 100%. Then after the disruption is caused, Jag blames it on them and they. How about them and they are her very own demons and Jag will never reveal them? You know what's crazy is that I said that. I said that like not too long after she did the fuck shit to me. I was like, shit, for all I know, they and them is you. Because none of that shit with Ayesha made sense. They call in CPS to your home. They're sending CPS to your kid's school. They're calling in bomb threats to your kid's school when, again, the only person who's been around Ayesha and her kids is Jaguar. Because Ayesha be doing her hair and shit. And allegedly, sometimes Jaguar stayed with her. In fact, they said that when, like, it was Ayesha that had said Jaguar was there with her at the time that her and Odell allegedly broke up. And she confirmed that they had broken up. Jaguar was there with her and was asking for privacy. And the next thing you know, I hear about the praying against Maggie's channel bullshit. I go to Screen Record and I see comments where people are saying, are you and Odell together? Did y'all break up? And then I go look on his page, his channel. I don't see him talking shit about them. All I see is him talking about people clout chasing. And then the other post where he posted some chick who apparently was an ex of his, right? It was like right when y'all told me about the 12-hour live. I think I found about it a couple of days after it actually happened. And I went and looked at his channel, and he had did a post on his community wall about an ex, and he had a picture of him and this lady. And it was like, if y'all think what's happening with Jaguar is bad, this one was even worse, and was talking about her. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it seems like it just doesn't feel like they are actually together. What it feels like is that this is a business partnership. But if the world believes they're together, more power to her, because she knows that people will click, they'll click and want to view if they think that you're in a relationship, and especially if they think that you and him have fallen out or broken up. So the one thing about it I will say for Jaguar is that she does know how to keep her name in controversy, just like her son said, but that's honestly not a good thing at all. But she clearly knows how to do that. And she knows how to say things to keep people watching her. I'm not going to go watch her content because I just honestly don't care to. Everything I've heard and that I know about what she has discussed, I've heard in the 5D. And then a lot of it I've heard also from people that are on YouTube. I was sent some content regarding Sip and Sam. I will also be researching that content that was sent to me, and I'll give a reaction to that as well. I want poetic justice. I want justice for myself. I want justice for all of you, and I want justice for every victim who had to survive sexual abuse, physical abuse, sex trafficking, and all of that trauma. Every last one of us deserves justice. All of us do. And justice starts with exposing so-called allegiances that are wolves in sheep clothing. Justice looks like people like Diddy and also allegedly Jay-Z, Clive, and Jaguar. All of y'all need to be locked up as far as I'm concerned. All of y'all do. At the end of the day, Jaguar, it is the Most High God that's exposing you, just like everybody else. And what you have to take accountability for, Jaguar, is that you only have one son left. And if that son feels more comfortable opening up to Trafficking and Danny Robertson, you might need to really look at your parenting. And you could talk shit about how I don't have kids yet and all this stuff because I've lost 5 to miscarriage. I've helped raise all of my nieces and nephews. And the one thing I've seen, and I love all of them and I love my siblings, is that when those children get older, the unhealed wounds of their childhood completely control everything about their adult relationships. And a young man that does not have a healthy relationship with his mom is a young man who is harboring abandonment issues, resentment, anger, hurt, disappointment. So talking about suing your son for him speaking his truth, It's just like the more you talk, the worse you make yourself look. Because what mother does that? What mother threatens to sue their child because their child speaks their truth? You talked about my mom. You talked about my family. But you never stopped and looked at your own. And it's really sad that your pride and ego outweighed, the desires of your only living son, which was just for you to be a good person, do right by people, and above all, to do right by him. I definitely believe that they and them are her demons legion attached to her. Andrew, we have you as a voice D. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you, my good brother. And as long as I can, I'm going to continue to use my voice and my throat chakra to speak my truth. People have looked down on me because of my current financial transition due to me needing surgery. A lot of people have. What they have forgotten is one, God does always keep me safe even if I'm in an uncomfortable situation. Two, I'm not going through what I'm going through because every time I get on YouTube, people see me with a red Solo cup like they see you, Jaguar. I'm not going through what I'm going through because of lifestyles that involve drug-fueled parties and shit like that. I don't even fuck around in them type of environments. So you could talk all the shit you want, but the reality is you're a criminal and I'm not. No felonies, no misdemeanors, none of that. You've been locked up 11 times. It almost seems like proudly. And you publicly admitted to lying, to manipulating, and essentially willingly breaking the heart of a female just so that she would pay for your bail's bond for you to get out. But I'm the scammer. I was so disgusted when I saw that video that you had did and we were still aligned. I cannot remember the name of that guy's channel, but the one guy you did the live with where you admitted to pretending to like the TJ lady who allegedly was your girlfriend at the time, that you pretended to like her to get what you wanted from her. That's exactly what grimy ass, I won't even say men, adult males do, because a real man doesn't do that, but an adult male does. At the end of the day, you admitting that also shaped the way I looked at you. Because I'm like, God damn, she don't even realize that that's wrong to do that. Like, there was zero remorse, even when you bragged about it to me. And you was just going on and on and on about this TJ person. I'm like, who is TJ? She's like, oh, the lady I had to pretend to like for 9 months to get her to help me bail out of jail. And I said, wait a minute, pause. You pretended to like somebody for damn near a year? And she just started laughing. That's not funny. It's actually horrible. So, like I said, trust me, you gonna get yours. It's coming for you. I believe everything about Jay, but I don't believe he did anything to her. Narcissists don't care, how their name is put out there. All they care about is their name is out there and they're relevant, be it negative or positive. Yeah, I learned about that in therapy and with my life coach. It's called narcissistic supply. And that's why for a while I didn't cover any subjects with her, because I don't want her to feel like she has my power, because you don't. I just want to know the truth. I want to know the truth, and I want to be the one to expose it. But yeah, narcissistic supply comes from a constant need to dominate and have control. That's why on Paperwork Party TV's panel, when she did that live where all them people and her was arguing and yelling and going back and forth and cussing and all of that shit, she was, and she even said it. She was like, oh, I love it. I love this. I love all this attention. I love all this energy. She kept saying it sarcastically, but also truthfully. She doesn't care if you're talking shit about her. You know why? Because in that moment, you're focused on her. What you focus on, you give your power to. So if she succeeded in pissing you off, that is a success to her. Shit is crazy. Sorry, not sorry, but fuck Danny. She's quick to post other people's business, but is bending over backwards to hide her own business while pretending to be innocent. I don't blame you, and fuck her or him, since I don't know their gender. That's why I say that. I feel the same way, because you've been hiding behind an avatar for years. Ain't nobody never seen your fucking face. And all you do is talk shit about people. You don't try to encourage. You're not an investigative researcher like me. You're not trying to uplift. You're not trying to uncover the truth. You just sit on your platform and bash everybody. You're not even making a difference on YouTube. It's not like you're bringing content that's actually riveting or engaging or relevant. You just are a shit talker. So I don't blame you, and I say fuck him or her too, because of the bullshit that they have done, keeping my name in their mouth, because I used to support Jaguar, and me and Jaguar would roast you with your stupid ass. And fuck you for that dumbass proposition that I declined, that you was all extra in your feelings about and apparently still are. And fuck you for sending all your goddamn troll ass real rejects of YouTube to my YouTube channel to try to undermine my broadcast production skill set that I've had for over 20 years. And fuck you for making fun of my condition that I need surgery for and my GoFundMe. And fuck you, Danny Robertson, for your dumbass being involved with Official King Payne committing a felony by committing identity theft, posting my actual real life identity information, my birth certificate, birthplace, birth record, date of birth, all of that shit. I'm a victim of identity theft. And when you finally get served that lawsuit, you gonna remember this. Because Official King Payne said during that live that he got my information from you. And the only person you could have gotten my information from, Danny Robertson, was either Kim's obese, morbidly obese, let me see your transcripts, fat ass, or Jaguar, or both. Because I don't even know your motherfucking ass. And nobody that I know fucks with you that I know of. Now, what I also had heard was that allegedly Maurice played a role in that. And Maurice is the one that introduced me to Kim, let me see your transcripts. But what I had also heard was that allegedly Jaguar was also involved in that. So it wasn't enough, Jaguar, that you did all the bullshit you did in February. and March and April and even May. But then to hear that allegedly you had something to do with that. Because keep in mind, you and Official King Payne, y'all was just cool a little over a year ago. Matter of fact, you called into Sean Davy Way show when that shit went down with Goomba in 2018, and then you called into his show back in 2023 when you were arrested again. You called into the Sean Davy Way show, and you called into the Official King Payne show, which again means that at some point you were really cool with these content creators that you now call trolls. Me personally, I don't know Sean Davy Way enough to say whether or not I like him. Official King Payne, you can eat a dick and choke on that motherfucker for all I give a goddamn. And hell, for all I know, that might be a fetish of yours. Hell. As far as I'm concerned, all of y'all are liars. Every last one of y'all. All of y'all are full of shit. And all of y'all clout chase off of each other. Jaguar, you clout chase off these content creators just like they clout chase off of you. But one thing I do not believe, Jaguar Wright, is that your ass is innocent. And especially after finding out about this legal defense fund. And again, to my knowledge, let me look at my screenshots. I do believe that could have been the one that Sean Davy Way had started for you back in the day. Hold on. Oh, and here's this other thing. Let me show y'all this right quick from Lipstick Alley. Let me show y'all this before I end this live. How did you know about this? We were just talking about this a couple of nights ago. Diddy selling freak off videos on dark web for $500 million featuring Justin Bieber, Drake, etc., claims Jaguar Wright. And this was on Lipstick Alley, and the date on that is a month before she came into my chat. How, Sway, why are you, if you're a whistleblower and you're an advocate for survivors of sexual abuse, why the fuck are you monitoring the dark web? How did you even get clearance to do so? And why have you been making all of this information publicly known and not getting people help? Yeah. Jaguar Wright is claiming that Sean Diddy Combs has allegedly sold a controversial freak-off party video for a staggering $500 million on the dark web. Wright, who has previously made several explosive accusations against the now disgraced rapper, discussed the implications of this sale in a recent interview, suggesting that Diddy might be in desperate need of cash. Again, how would you know any of that if y'all didn't have a close relationship or didn't work together, allegedly? She also name-dropped a few high-profile celebrities allegedly featured in the tapes, though there is no evidence to suggest that the stars were involved in any wrongdoing. The last freak-off tape that just got sold on the dark net, which I monitored, went for $500 million. The last freak-off tape that just got sold on the dark net, which I monitored, pause. Why in the goddamn hell are you monitoring the dark web? Why and how? This woman keeps being linked to so much nefarious shit that literally it has me questioning literally everything I ever was told by you and that you have claimed. Yeah. The last freak off tape that just got sold on the darknet, which I monitored, went for $500 million. Wright said in a recent interview, which is going viral on social media. The singer and songwriter was asked if Diddy is trying to protect his people or if his friends are protecting him. He's selling it because he needs cash, she said, referring to an event in Calabasas that allegedly captured questionable moments. Sean Diddy Combs, currently detained in a Brooklyn jail on charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, and multiple sexual assault allegations, saw dark details of his infamous freak-off parties emerge during his trial, which resulted in the denial of his bail twice. These events reportedly involved him using violence and threats to coerce women into drug-fueled orgies with male escorts. In the interview, Jaguar Wright alleged that the videos being sold on the dark web feature high-profile names such as Justin Bieber, Chris Brown, Rihanna, Nicki Minaj, and Drake. I wonder if this is going into the Odell Beckham. Because y'all remember when I showed y'all that video of Bieber on what appeared to be on his knees at that New Year's Eve party? And then Trey Songz yells out to Odell to pay attention, and it appeared that Justin may have been giving him head. Hold on, I gotta delete some of the uploaded files. I didn't know it was gonna show up like that. Okay, I'm gonna do this one later because I want to edit that. I don't like that portrait landscape version of her video because I want y'all to actually be able to see everything in the video. A lawyer, you said there was a lawyer who spoke on this. Tell me what you're talking about. Is it possible Jag got the info from her? The lawyer made hints that Beyonce is in that video and she won. Oh. Wow. Wow. That would explain why she's being so cryptic then about this $500 million video. Because I'm like, people, and I don't know about the dark web, thank God, but people are paying $500 million to see Justin Bieber and Odell Beckham allegedly doing shit. It makes more sense that it would be Beyonce, allegedly. Especially for that price. Because I just don't think people would have paid $500 million for a video with Cassie doing anything with any sort of escort. She's a beautiful girl, but, you know, I could definitely see them paying that to be able to have access to see, allegedly see Beyonce doing some shit. Especially seeing as how Jonathan Hay alleged that Rayford, aka Ray J, aka Brandy's little brother, he alleged that Rayford was a cuckold for Jay-Z and Beyonce. So, shit, for all we know, it might be a sex video with the three of them. Or it might be a sex video where it's Ray J and Beyonce and Jay-Z is standing there watching, like how Diddy has done. I'm going to say this. When Jaguar said that Jay-Z and Beyonce are a nasty little couple and that they're worse than Diddy, I believe it. And I don't believe it because Jaguar said it. I believe it because I've heard that from multiple other people that are in the industry. The speculation about whether or not Beyonce allegedly had something to do with Aaliyah's demise, I was thinking that way back when Aaliyah actually died. So again, my opinion about all of that has nothing to do with Jaguar. It has everything to do with certain things don't add up and then some things do. But one thing's for certain, two things for sure. If you were in any way, shape, or form involved in that shit, Jaguar, God's going to make sure that you're held accountable and God's going to expose you. Doesn't matter what you say, do, or think, who you fuck, who you suck, who you give money to. You're not going to be able to stop the Most High God exposing you. Because I just don't think all these people are going to just make all this shit up. I just don't. Now, there are people out there that will. But in this case, I just don't think so. So, all right. We are at the end of the live because it's officially 3:30 and I definitely need to go to bed. What I'm going to do for today, depending on how things go, because right now everything is honestly uncertain and up in the air. Depending on how things go, if all goes well, how I hope they will, then I will come back tonight for another live, hopefully a little earlier. And I want to show you guys the Kadisha Lynn or Kadisha Shaylin. I don't know how to say that girl's name. I think it's Kadisha Lynn. I want to show you the screen recording of her video. And then I also want to dive into more of the video between Sam Jr. and Trashy K. So I'll be giving a reaction to both. And then also what Neptune had suggested. I will look into that as well because given my reactions are great, but it also isn't just about that. It's also about uncovering stuff while I'm giving the reaction and making sure that everything I'm presenting is factual and with receipts that can be, traced back to their original source. So I definitely want to give reviews on all of that. I'll have to go back through and look and see what it was Neptune Pisces had told me, but I remember whatever it was he had mentioned in the chat, I was like, yeah, I definitely want to do a reaction for that. So y'all stay tuned. Thank you to everybody that tuned in tonight. I definitely got to go, family, because I'm so tired and got to get up early and have a lot to figure out for today. Again, for those who would like to support my channel, since I don't use super chats or super stickers or memberships, feel free to send any channel donation to my Cash App or Venmo. For those who would like to book a 15-minute reading or a 30-minute consultation or a 1-hour consultation, let me know as soon as possible. You can send your donation to my Cash App or Venmo as well for whatever reading you like. And then DM me or email me, however you're already connected to me, whether through email or Instagram or TikTok. DM me after you send your donation so that I have that confirmation. Otherwise, I'm just going to think that someone just sent a random channel donation. which are appreciated, by the way, because like I said, in my current circumstances, I'm still having to figure things out on a daily basis. So for those who would like to support not just my YouTube channel, but support me in rebuilding my life and rebuilding stability while I'm waiting to be seen by the colorectal surgeon, which as of right now, I've been told the earliest I'll be able to see them is mid-January for the consultation. So if you would like to support my medical journey or my channel, feel free to send a donation. If you'd like to book a reading, definitely send your donation first. Send your email or DM. That way I can respond with the confirmation and get you scheduled. So I definitely have time this week. And for those, I think there was a couple of you that were talking about over the weekend booking a reading for Tuesday, which is tomorrow. Y'all let me know, those of you who have reached out inquiring, like, because some people wanted an ancestral reading, some people wanted a childhood channeling. Whatever channel message you want, reach out to me, but do send your donation, because basically I can't schedule you until I receive your donation amount and then receive your email or your DM confirming like, hey D, I just sent you X amount because I want to book a 30-minute video consultation, or I want to book a 1-hour video consultation, or I want to book a 15-minute. That way I know, okay, this donation amount is specifically from, this person, this is what they're wanting, okay, and then reach out and be like, hey, what's your schedule like? Because that's what I've done with the other clients. As soon as they sent their donation, if they emailed me or DM me, I would message them back like, hey, thanks for sending it, what's your schedule like? And then we agree on a date and a time, and then I send you the link for you to join me on panel, just like how I'm on panel now. And we complete your 30-minute or 1-hour video consultation. For the 15-minute readings, that will be an audio call, more than likely through Instagram. So, again, if you would like to book a personal reading, a 30-minute or 60-minute consultation, let me know. If you'd like to book me for a channeled psychic medium session, so that's, anything to do with channeling energies, so that's channeling your past, present, and future, as well as channeling any ancestors that you may want to get in touch with, or channeling you in your childhood. So those readings do start at $150, but if you book right now while I'm on live, I'll allow you to do a channeled reading for the listed prices. So you can do a 30-minute or a 1-hour at my discounted rates, or do the $150 after the live. So thank you again to those who have supported. Shout out to all the DzPeepz on every platform. Thank you. You guys are loved, you're valued, and you're appreciated. Never, ever, ever forget that. And if there's anybody struggling with depression or suicide, let me be the first to tell you that your life is meaningful and that you are not worthless. God has you on this planet to fulfill a specific purpose, and God obviously led you to my channel for a reason. So be encouraged and keep moving forward, even in my current situations. And Lord knows it's honestly been really trying lately. One thing I always do is express gratitude. Lord, thank you for what I do have, and thank you for what is to come. That's the best way to manifest abundance. So again, if anyone has a question that you'd like a psychic reading answer to, now would be the time to drop your question in the chat. If it's your first time tuning in, your first reading is free. So your first question is free. And then after that, any additional questions are an angel number amount. So 1111, which I did see that tonight, 1111. is the angel number 4. Double confirmation of new beginnings, independence, new opportunities, as well as financial abundance. And then 4444 is the angel number for your angels, ancestors, and spirit guides, confirming that they are with you to support and guide you. And then for the 30-minute, 8888 is the infinity number for abundance. So I consider it infinite abundance. And then, of course, the 144 is representing the 144,000 during the final battle. So, like I said, most of my fellow psychics charge anywhere from $5 to $5.99 a minute, all the way up to $25 a minute. So I just wanted to give you guys, first access to be able to do a booking, but also, give you a discount because you guys have already been participating tonight with the live. So I definitely need to get off the live because I'm starting to have brain farts because my sleep aid has fully kicked in. But I appreciate you all. Andrew, thank you so much. And y'all stay tuned. Again, shout out to all the new DzPeepz. If it's your first time tuning in, definitely subscribe, like, share, comment after the live. Let me know your feedback. Let me know what you think. And really, everybody on this live, I really do enjoy listening in the comments when I go to approve your guys' feedback about my channel, the lives, and all that. So feel free to put some feedback in the comment section. And again, for those who would like to, do feel free to send any donations. In full transparency, family, I really could use the help right now. Honestly, I really do need the help. So for those who would like, feel free to send your donations. And for those who would like to book a reading, feel free to do that as well. And I'll have availability. Like if any of you guys actually do want to pay to book for a reading for today, I will have availability later on today to actually get you scheduled. So send your donation, send your DM or your email. Let me know. I'll get you scheduled. And then I do still plan on doing the next part to this live where I show you guys more of the video content from the different content creators, their videos that have popped up. Most recently, the Kadisha Lynn or Shaylin, however you say her name, hers. Because one thing is, if I see a video and it's saying, okay, here's evidence as to why this isn't true, I'm still going to research it. Because I'm like, okay, if she was able to prove some shit that nobody else was, then I'll fuck with her and her channel, and that's what's up. So, like I said, I'm going to do more research on the dates, but so far what I've seen, I've not seen any evidence that Jaguar was locked up during the time period of March 2018. All right, family, I got to go. I'm tired. I got to get in the bed. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for your love and your support and your positive energy. Y'all have a beautiful day.